beloved of NASCAR fans, classic Formula One fans, and ChampCar fans, Watkins Glen International, an incredibly historic and beloved racetrack. It plays host to the ChampCar iRacing Watkins Glen 5-hour as the ChampCar Endurance Series sets its focus towards Watkins Glen this month. Here for the iRacing Series though, we have some great teams, a 5-hour endurance race, and $200 of ChampCar Endurance Series credit on the line going to the winning team. It's our second of 4 iRacing endurance events in 2024, and we are going to bring you live coverage of it here wherever you are watching on HJBC or on ChampCar Live. I'm David Haynes with Devin Peters, Michael Derby giving us production and pictures. There's a little bit of qualifying going on right now, but 5 hours of multi-class endurance racing coming up, and there are 2 cars that our teams have been able to choose from, Devin.
Yeah, we've got a fine array of BMWs and Porsches out on the track here today. I think I've seen a few Champ cars that might look as pretty, but these guys are out here in simulated GT4s, and they'll be having a good time. It's looking to be a nice weather day too out here at Watkins Glen. We got 69 degrees Fahrenheit in the air, and going all the way up to 70, 75 later in the day. We'll see, and we'll keep an eye on that weather all the way through. We got the Endurance Series rules in effect here today, so we'll be seeing 2-hour driver stints, and once the green flag drops, they'll need to make sure that they're out of the car for at least an hour, just mimicking those real-life Champ Car rules.
So why is it that Watkins Glen is so dearly held in mind and so fondly thought of by sports car racers, stock car racers? Well, it's the amount of history around here, how long racing series have been coming here. Formula One from in the 60s and 70s. I think about maybe some success some Australians have had here in NASCAR racing potentially as well. And then, of course, lots and lots of sports car racing around here. You've got those really quick S's through sort of turns 2, 3, 4, going uphill, gaining speed for the long run towards that bus stop chicane where the drivers are launching over the curves. You've got the boot of the circuit here with some smooth corners, some long, wide open corners where you can flow your speed, and then a few good places to pass around as well. Here are some of the drivers and some of the teams that we are going to be very well familiar with by the end of these 5 hours of racing. At the moment, Heartland Autosport are up top. You've got Spinny Boys with 3 cars in this race: gold, green, and yellow. Gold has gone to second. Spinny Boys green currently in 4th, and Spinny Boys yellow in 8th. Slow at Expectations is 3rd. They're in one of the Porsches. Basically, a couple of generations along from the Porsche Boxster that we are seeing plenty of in ChampCar Endurance Series these days. And then the BMW M4 GT4, it's also just a couple of generations along from sort of the BMW E30, BMW E36, 3 series coupes that are incredibly popular. And that's what Balthazar Motorworks have got, as they're currently 5th in qualifying here. And then Sennhauser Racing Team, the Sennhauser brothers, Logan and Cameron, are 6th at the moment. And then Spinny Boys Yellow in 8th. Turn-In are 9th, and Quantum Shocks are 10th at the moment.
Yeah, a good little array of cars here representing in the range of 30, 35 different drivers that we'll see hit the track today. A little bit longer this 5-hour race than our usual 4.5 hour affairs. Of course, we did the 4:24 to get ourselves started at the Daytona Motor Speedway. This being the second round of the Enduro Series. We got 2 more after this, including the season finale, where there will be not only the $200 Champ Buck prize, but also another $200 going to the season-long winner, the 4-race season winner of the Champ Buck Series, of the ChampCar iRacing Enduro Series. It's going to walk home with some Champ Bucks that they can put towards racing on the real track. So a cool opportunity for all those drivers, especially a few of them who haven't made their debut in the real world yet.
So time in the top left of the screen is the amount of qualifying left, and then we go racing for 5 hours. Multiple drivers going to be needed. Some 2-driver cars, some 3-driver cars. We'll see what way the teams and drivers opt to go. Now, we had the Ford Mustang as the car for the first Enduro of the season that was at Daytona. But these cars, the BMW M4 and the Porsche Cayman, they've got quite a bit of horsepower. They will not get anything close to 2 hours on a tank of fuel. So the pit lane is going to be a slightly busier place in the race coming up. And a bit of a change at the top of the qualifying session. Hungry Geckos and Christian Peeler go fastest.
Yeah, they're putting in some quick laps out there. Only the now third, fourth team in the 53s, but down at the bottom of it. That Porsche looking pretty good out there. As he bumps through the bus stop. Oh, and we switch to lowered expectations. You can see these GT4 cars are kind of neat. If you're not familiar with them, you don't see them race too much. A lot of technology on board, full traction control suite that can help these cars, but also gives you a little tool that you have to manage while you're racing. Seeing Cameron Sennhauser and the Sennhauser racing team Porsche hitting the pit lane now as the lowered expectations crosses the line and gets started on another qualifying lap.
So it all starts here at turn 1. Track drops away a little bit. You really want to get some of the camber of that turn 1, but then uphill here, almost flat out in 5th gear, trying to carry as much speed as you can. It is a long run from the exit of turn 1 all the way up the hill through the S's and trying to spot your braking zone for the bus stop. And that is where the slipstream ought to keep the cars pretty close together. And they are obviously equal cars from each team to the other. So we'll see what the racing looks like when it gets going, but that's certainly one part of the track. Very high average speed could work to keep them together. Now into the boot on the full course, the Grand Prix course, however you want to think about it, sports car course, but that's a little bit wide at the downhill left-hander, sometimes referred to as the laces.
It comes into the toe now and heads up the straight. For those folks who aren't too familiar with the with the iRacing service, of course, this track isn't just modeled by the designers; it's laser scanned, and so all those bumps and things that we're seeing the cars going over and how they're reacting, it is about as close to realistic as you can get. And the drivers are typically feeling the feedback through wheels and pedals that are connected to their computers. So. Really good way to practice if you haven't gotten yourself to one of these tracks. A really good way to get a feel for it is out on that simulator. And if you ever wanted to try it out, the ChampCar forum has the iRacing section where we've got all kinds of help and guides and the ability to meet up with you and help you out as you get started on your iRacing journey.
So Nathan Bird is the driver currently in this number 7 Quantum Shocks Motorsports Porsche. His teammate Andrew Gilliland hasn't been out in this qualifying session yet, but he is something of a very interesting phenomenon. Young Andrew Gilliland, I lose track, either 11 or 12 years old, but already immensely talented, and probably someone I think a lot of ChampCar racers are going to have to look over their shoulders for in years to come.
couple of impressive iRatings out there. We'll see what it looks like towards the end of the race. Quantum Shock's out on a pretty quick lap right now through 3 sectors, or 4 sectors. They're green in 3 of them.
Big moment in the final corner, though. That lap still an improvement in time that doesn't move them off of 4th place, though. So they got very wide out of the final corner. And across some of the curbing. Probably not the line they wanted to take through turn 3 as well there, with Balthazar Motor Works coming out the pit lane. At some point in the next 5 hours, we are going to work out which Spinny Boys is which between yellow, gold, and green. So this is green. Okay, I think I see it.
Yeah, he's got those green highlights. Gold will
I've been accused of the same thing at times.
Gold will have the gold roof. You can kind of see it from this angle as Gold gets on the track and pulls out of the pits. And I would presume that the yellow car has yellow roof and highlights, but they're currently parked. I guess they've decided that they've gotten all they're going to get out of qualifying for today. And settling in for what will be a big race here. The longest race the iRacing Enduro Series has done as of yet.
Yes, indeed, that's true. So still a decent mix of these BMWs and the Porsches, both of them relatively equal in their performance, but not identical in their handling or in their characteristics. I have noticed the BMWs riding the curbs a lot nicer through the bus stop. Cayman, though, seems to cut a slightly smoother path through the air, and in a straight line, or at least right at the end of the long straights, seems to be just slicing through the air a little quicker. And then the big question you got to imagine is, how much tyre do they end up using on the long stints, on the long run? Whose pace drops off the most? How do the drivers handle that? And that could be key to the race pace.
Yeah, this is the first endurance race we've done in the GT4 cars, so there's going to be a lot of unknowns for the teams here today. GT4 is, of course, commonly raced in endurance on iRacing, but maybe not in the wheelhouse of the average ChampCar driver, being that they're a little quicker, a little lighter, a little more aero than the cars that we're most accustomed to driving. You know, the kind of rusty, dented Miatas and E30s and that sort of thing.
So not a whole lot of improvement going on right now. It's just past 10 a.m. in the racing session on iRacing, and that moves at real time, so that the race will begin in the morning, move through the middle of the day, and then in towards the afternoon. But as we head closer sort of towards the midday, it looks like the track not cooling off as we go. And this is Hungry Geckos, who are up top with Dennis Federation at the moment. Now this is a Porsche going through those curbs at the bus stop, and it just seems to bounce a little bit more, not want to take change of direction as nicely through the bus stop as the BMWs are able to do. But when the track is smooth, surely there's some advantage to being mid-engined. He keeps improving as well this lap so far for Dennis Federation. So throw out the theory that there's no improvement left in the racetrack. He's got notch turn, doing more of a U-turn there out of his way. Now back out of the boot and into the dual purpose part of the track through the penultimate corner here. What does it look like through the final corner where some of the other cars have had the tails slide out a little bit, getting a healthy dose of that curb on the exit all the way up against the blue wall. And Dennis Federation looks like he just falls short of improving on that effort. It was strong through the early part of the lap, lost some time through the boot, and he is just 0.03 of a second quicker than Heartland Autosport Maxime Boisvert. We've been to you, our French Canadian pronunciation expert, a few times before, so I think you might have it.
Yeah, Boisvert. This is the one and only. Don't get used to it, otherwise I'll take you back to the Nürburgring and get all those names wrong.
Now, if you've got some friends, some teammates, someone you want to follow more closely, hjbc.live has live timing right now with lap times, who's in the car, all of the stuff that you might come to expect from live timing in the ChampCar Endurance Series, and a little bit more. So you can check that out, hjbc.live. Live timing for this race, and in fact all of the races that we cover on iRacing. Andy Verkel, toe of the boot, uphill late apex there for him. And you can see on the graphic the incredibly small amount of time that Verkel will need to find to improve on 6th place, just 12 thousandths behind Spinny Boys Yellow, who are not on track to defend it in the final 2 minutes of this session.
Yeah, must be feeling confident, those guys. Of course, it is a long race, so I mean, grid position matters, but it's not the end of the world. So, 004 though from Hungry Geckos that time. I think Federation's going for a glory lap, trying to get into the 52s.
So it might be the last lap in this session and the last attempt for Andy Verkel to improve, and seeing that a few of the curbs and just how you manage them is a challenge around here at Watkins Glen. And there's one modified curb that how you manage it's going to be a challenge at the bus stop in 2 weeks' time. But you can see that curbing on the exit of one and then the curbing through the bus stop already, it presents a big challenge in how you take it as to if it upsets the car or becomes a viable path to gain you some time. Logan Senhauser.
Not Turnins just had a little accident there. He spun it off the track, pushing a little too hard into the big camera turn after the bus stop there. The outer loop. Yeah, you see it. Easy to get wrong, but like we said, Porsche likes the straight line. It doesn't like the curbs quite as much as the BMW, and he took a BMW amount of curb.
Yeah, there we go. A change of direction from left to right as the car was settling off of the bump. Not something that the car enjoys doing. And now he's got a very significant weight reduction package going on. My understanding of Porsche these days is that that level of weight reduction would set you back quite a lot of cash. It'd be called like a Visac package or something, and it would come with a different thread of contrasting seat stitching or something. But the checkered flag waves, which will shortly bring this session to an end and bring on 5 hours of racing. Heartland Autosport crossed the line, and they cannot take top step away from Hungry Geckos. Lowered expectations with Andy Kosick, currently third in this session with a decreasing number of drivers that could do anything about it or make any change, because it won't be Quantum Shocks Motorsports or Spinny Boys Yellow. It won't be Knott's Turn In. It won't be Spinny Boys Green. It won't be Senhauser Racing Team or Balthazar Motorworks either. At the moment, 10th for the perhaps slightly more evil BMW.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
The best for this car has been a 155.1, so they crossed the start-finish line for a 155.7 does not create any improvement for the 294 Balthazar Motorworks BMW, and it locks in the grid for the second iRacing Enduro of the year in the ChampCar iRacing Series, the ChampCar iRacing Watkins Glen 5-hour. Dennis Federation in the number 9 will be on the front row on the inside, sharing that car with his teammate Christian Peeler. Then second is Heartland Autosport, Dakota Knapp and Maxime Boisvert in the number 64.
I've on good authority that Maxime is a big fan of maple syrup. So
I've read that too. We can dive into that at a later stage. Slowered Expectations and their Porsche will be third. That's ChampCar Series racer Andy Cosick of Most Mint Racing in combination with Aaron Reed and Lee Martin, a 3-driver lineup there for the car that's going to start at third, alongside Quantum Shocks Motorsport, Nathan Bird and Andrew Gilliland in the number 7 car. The highest of the 3 Spinny Boys BMWs is the 888 in 5th place, and that is Brooks Clayton and Andy Vaskic. And then we have Not Turn In, the number 10 car. Andy Volkel, we saw qualifying it. He'll have some other drivers join him later on. We've got Spinny Boys Gold, 000 in 7th. And that was Ron Wolf, Alex Harrison, and Mathieu Dupé. We've got Spinny Boys Green, the 00. Nope, I read the wrong drivers for the 000. Those are the ones for the 00. The ones for the 000 are Jason Lee and Evan Campbell. And then Sennhauser Racing Team brothers Logan and Cameron. And the Balthazar Motorworks, the 294 black BMW, Bill Woods and Zach Balthazar. They're on their formation lap right now, getting a great look at the weather and the conditions of virtual Watkins Glen International, trying to get a little bit of tyre temperature if they can. And the track temperature, it is up with the sun out.
Yeah, just growing slowly. Not huge differences from what we saw during qualifying, but a 90-degree track temp right now and 69 in the air. And I imagine with these cars going around, it'll be growing pretty quick.
Today's pace car is the iRacing sedan. It's got no badges and no branding on it. It is the Costco Kirkland brand sedan. It is the Great Value brand sedan. And it leads Porsche versus BMW at Watkins Glen. Certainly a familiar sight in a couple of categories of racing. In the ChampCar Endurance Series, one of them where we'll see both marques in action in 2 weeks' time. You can see it at the circuit or on ChampCar Live. Starting drivers on that front row is Christian Peeler and Maxime Boisvert. And then the second row starting drivers are Andy Cosick and Nathan Bird. Brooks Clayton and Andy Volkel, the row behind, Jason Lee and Ron Wolf. Spinny Boys Gold and Green alongside, and Logan Sennhauser and Bill Woods for Sennhauser Racing Team of Balthazar Motorworks. 9th and 10th. Most of the way around the circuit, if you'll excuse me. And then the 5 hours will begin.
It's going to be a fun one.
4 ChampCar iRacing Enduro events for the year, and the final one will be handing out some extra prizes, and who's the season-long champion will potentially come down to the good results you have throughout the year that lead you towards that. This will be one of them with 5 hours on the clock. The ChampCar iRacing Watkins Glen 5-hour is green, and we have already just a little bit of contact down the front straight. And Spinny Boys Yellow are around. They had a really good run at the start. Sennhauser Racing Team are around as well.
Yeah, Cossack and Brooks Clayton. Clayton in the Spinny Boys car, Cossack in the Slowered Expectation cars. You see them touch, and then you see them look like they straighten things out almost, but then I think a little bit of net code. That's the predictive technology that places the cars on track, leads to the two coming together once again.
Into the bus stop for the first time. Hungry Geckos leads Heartland Autosport. Quantum Shocks Motorsport getting their tyre temperature in, and Spinny Boys Green and Not Turn In, both gaining some spots up into 4th and 5th respectively. So tyres will still be cold for all, heading down into the laces of the boot.
Yeah, cold tyres on the opening lap. You gotta be careful.
So with the damage that they sustained from turn 1, Sennhauser Racing Team will get passed by Spinny Boys Yellow, who don't visually appear to have quite as much damage on their BMW as Sennhauser Racing Team have got on their Porsche. Slowered Expectations, I don't see much damage on that Porsche in 6th, and they're still in this leading group at the moment with not much space to find between Hungry Geckos leading to Heartland Autosport and Quantum Shocks Motorsport.
Yeah, cars are fanned out single file right now, but as we know, these endurance events, they always tend to lead to some interesting twists and turns, so plenty of racing yet to go. Early on, it does seem like Christian Peeler in that Hungry Gecko's car has gotten the tires fired up real nicely. He's pulling away a little bit from Max Boisvert, who is pretty strong driver, Canadian driver, you know. So gotta make sure we recognize that. Where's all the Australian saints?
The smarter ones are still in bed this morning.
I'm glad we were able to recruit you at least, either way.
About to be another lap completed here. Look at the air time across some of the curbs for the leader, Christian Peeler.
Pretty comfy looking in that car right now. Still in contact, that's for sure, with the top 5, top 6. A little deep under brakes that time for Andy Vogel in the Not Turn-In Porsche. Manages to square it off and get the thing going the right way, but it looked like and Andy Cossack in the Slowered Expectations car was gonna give him a run for his money on the entry to the toe. Runs it wide too, does Vogel.
And then they climb uphill. It's a little blind into this left-hander where you typically want to take a late apex. The walls are very close as you go over one of the infield access tunnels, so the Armco is right there, left-hand side, right-hand side, and you don't want to spin out there. Penultimate left-hander there, very quick, and they're getting just a little bit of the exit curbing out there. Could disrupt them.
Gotta be careful, you don't want to go too wide there, you get yourself a slowdown penalty. iRacing much less forgiving than your average corner marshal when it comes to that sort of thing. Turn 1, you got to keep at least 2 tires on the red and yellow curbing to avoid the slowdown.
So 2 laps down, but that's a spin from second place. Heartland Autosport is trying to big up the BMW and its ability to ride across some of the curbs, but it's come undone for second place, in Heartland Autosport in their pursuit of the race lead. Have a look at this.
Yeah, it starts to go wrong on the right-hander. He jumps the curbs and the car is bouncing when he tries to turn it back the other way and never really has a chance to catch it. He comes out and he's now racing side by side with that Spinny Boys yellow car. BMW and BMW action.
Logan Sennhauser for whatever damage he might have on the car. He's still out there watching on as Heartland Autosport look to end up ahead of Spinny Boys Yellow coming out of the toe of the boot. Almost a back straight here. So didn't really hit anything, but yeah, you're right. On second look, the car was out of control way early going into the bus stop. Perhaps just too much speed early on. It means Hungry Gecko's lead by 1.7 seconds. Quantum Shocks Motorsport up into second place, and Spinny Boys Green up into third.
So we're seeing up at the front, we're seeing the results of consistent drive. That's Ron Wolf currently running in third place, up 5 spots from their qualifying position in third in that BMW, the Spinny Boys green car.
Slowered Expectations have also got a bit of a run that's going to force a defense out of turn in there. And Volkel's on the inside into the bus stop, the only place you want to be. They lose a bit of time from that, and suddenly they've got Spinny Boys Gold bearing down on the fight here as well. Joining us is someone who's a big fan of Watkins Glen, I've got to imagine. Bill Salen, hello. We got you, Bill? Well, he'll pipe up, I'm sure, when he's got something to say about Watkins Glen. We continue to watch the battling over 4th, battling over 2nd, battling over 8th, 9th and 10th. An exciting but not completely squeaky clean opening few laps to the ChampCar iRacing Watkins Glen 5 hour.
Hello, folks.
Hey.
The casual American joining in.
We needed a bit of local perspective. So what's your take so far on ChampCar iRacing Watkins Glen 5 hour and a decent racetrack to be at?
Well, so far there's really not much to say because, the action hasn't really taken place. I mean, there's been a few spins and, a few guys going off and, early mistakes. My father always says that the early mistakes are better because you can overcome them by the end of the race. It's a beautiful facility, and it'll be interesting going into that bus stop, watching them go through the bus stop, because I will be up in the booth, hopefully, as long as they invite me up there. From that perspective, because,
Spinny Boys Green have gone up into second place on Quantum Shocks Motorsport, and in doing so, they've been caught here by turn-in, Slowered Expectations and Spinny Boys Gold. So we look at sort of 6th through to 6th here. Sorry, 2nd through to 6th as super competitive, while Hungry Geckos get a little bit further away out in the lead. You can say many, many nice things about Watkins Glen, but can you say nice things about a BMW?
Yes, I can, because, we raced prototypes with the dine-in badge. At the time was BMW's prototype, so we've raced pretty much everything there is. Corvettes, Mazdas, you name it, we've raced it. So
Spinny Boys Gold in 6th. Seeing that some of these Spinny Boys BMWs are sort of coming on strong now, 5, almost 6 laps into the race, because Spinny Boys Green have gone to 2nd. Now Spinny Boys Gold also looks to be hitting its stride a little bit, was putting some pressure on some of the Porsches in front. The Spinny Boys BMW sandwiching 3 Porsches there. Also had the recovering Heartland Autosport BMW in 8th as the fastest car on the track last lap. Close. almost equal to their teammates in Spinny Boys. Sorry, to Spinny Boys Gold, but pulling away from Spinny Boys Yellow and Sennhauser Racing Team.
Yeah, you can see how much those Porsches bounce over the curbs. They do not like it.
There's a certain level of tunability to the suspension, but not an infinite amount, and you're stuck running the brand of shocks that come with them.
I would assume imaginary or whatever digital version. There we go. That's the word I was looking for.
Virtual's a great word too, as well, that you can wheel out in every situation.
I was say the real Porsches, they like the curbs more than that.
I don't really talk to the drivers about that because that's not. I haven't gotten that far yet. I'm still doing racing schools, as it were. So it'll be a few years before I even endeavor to look at stepping into a race car for one of these events, but figure I'll help out as much as I can for the live broadcast, and get the as much information from everybody as I can and be as non-biased as possible, except for hot dogs. That I can be biased about.
Yeah, I imagine so. Spinny Boys Green are pulling away from second here and closing in on the race lead. It's leaving Quantum Shocks Motorsport and Nathan Bird. Apparently, by some of his usernames in a couple of places, the Birdman, I'd use that too. Under pressure from Andy Volkel, who you see clearly using all of the racetrack. Now under pressure from Andy Kosick, who's all over him. Jason Lee's trying to find an alternative line through the outer loop or the carousel, however you want to call it. Maybe we'll defer to Bill's local knowledge on that one.
That either way goes. We usually call the inner loop the inner loop. To kind of get a little. Some of my sim racers friends over at our Forza League know that I get a little touchy about hearing it called a bus stop, even though it's not.
So there was a slide around the outside of the toe of the boot for Volkel, and now Slowered Expectations gets through. They got very close, but move done in the end, and next to try to line up appears to be Jason Lee and Spinny Boys Gold. So certainly proving very close with the high average speeds that Watkins Glen gives compared to some other North American road courses.
I'd say proven pretty close to the wall there. It was Andy Volkel. He just had a little tap of the rear fender on the exit in the last turn there.
And that'll buff out.
Yeah.
We're about to see potentially what's the difference in the straight line speed for some of these cars, because the BMW got a good run. It's got the inline 6 motor, the Porsche with the flat 6 engine. Not close enough to do a whole lot there. Spinny Boys Gold still behind, and seeing Slowered Expectations and some others who've gotten past this green and yellow Porsche just stretch themselves a little further out as well. So maybe through the boot is the place to try to make a move in a BMW. We also saw the fastest lap of the race come in there for Heartland Autosports BMW, as they're now catching Balthazar Motorworks in 7th and 8th. So the track remains quite warm, but there's a few cars seem to be finding a little bit of pace. And look here, Huawei and Heartland Autosport all over Bill Woods immediately here. BMW versus BMW, and the speed advantage that Heartland seemed to be able to pull This is going to be a difficult move. Looking from around the outside, cut back to a late apex. A difficult traction zone there as you come up the hill, and potentially the grip levels change a little bit coming out of the boot onto the combined part of the circuit.
As we locals call it, the NASCAR portion.
Always interesting to try to work out what iRacing calls different configurations of some of the racetracks. So there is Cup, Classic, Boot, and Classic Boot on iRacing here, and this is Boot.
Yes.
And we're going to see a pass here from Heartland Autosport, getting down the inside of Balthazar, and then coming across to the racing line to put both hands on that position, I think.
Sorry about that. So the classic versions of the course would not have the inner loop in it. So that would be pre-1991 J.D. McDuffie's crash. So that's why those are there. So those are old school, back in the day when I was a young lad, as it were.
I always get a kick out of VIR has the full course layout and then has 3 other configurations that are longer than the full course layout. Great stuff there. And then Silverstone has International, which is shorter than Grand Prix and is not used for international competition. But I think with just the 4 configurations possible here for Watkins Glen, it's slightly less confusing. And we've seen with the all of the tarmac available on the longest layout, the sort of the sports car course, as you'd think of it, with the boot and the inner loop. Heartland Autosport have made their moves. Spinny Boys Green still just sort of 1.5 seconds away from the race lead. They closed down a little bit of time and now still sit sort of 1.5 seconds back. So that's second place there. So 1.5 seconds up the road to first, 1.5 seconds behind to third. And Andy Volkel seems to have found his mojo again here.
Yeah, never really lost it, just had that little moment in the carousel there. Kind of taking a different entry than a lot of folks, starting a little higher and then dropping down in the middle. Seeing some of the other cars entering a little tighter.
Similar through the laces as well, Bill.
In my limited iRacing experience, I always try to stay wide as possible and then tighten it up, but you know, whatever works for you.
Yeah, that's what my instinct would be, but I don't know. Sometimes you see the other guys doing stuff and you got to go, hey, I wonder if that'll work for me.
Yeah, well, in my limited iRacing experience, I try to qualify as far back as possible to avoid the shenanigans. Ooh, that was tight to the wall there.
Andy Kosick ran a little bit wide coming out of the boot.
Oh,
and then Andy Volkel goes through, then he goes a little bit wide. Both of them being watched very, very keenly by Jason Lee's Spinny Boys Gold BMW. The front straight they go, and they're all closing in on each other. Kosick has a look to the inside, but is not close enough. It puts him offline, heading up to these S's, turns 2, 3, 4 up the hill, and they're going to go side by side.
Oh, those two are trying to crash again.
Yeah, it's a very sketchy place to do that.
Yeah, no love lost between those two, I imagine, after the first stint.
First lap, you mean? Because we're still in the first stint.
First lap, yeah. That's one we'll have to keep an eye on, though, a battle there.
Yeah.
So I was going to say that while the, brand of shocks, all these other things, one car to the other is, identical Porsche to Porsche, BMW to BMW here, some of the tweaks that you might have would be different. So your ride height, your rake, your camber levels, even perhaps your starting pressures could make one line work for one team and not work so well for another. Could make one car pretty hot in the first couple laps of a stint and then maybe not look all that great by here when we're sort of 20 minutes of flat out running in the sun on a hot track, battling, sliding around on these tires.
Yeah, I am kind of curious to see what the tires will do here. I figure, a little touch there again that time from Kosick. And that looked like a little bit bigger of a hit than Vogel took the other lap. But yeah, he hasn't managed to dent the panel yet. He's using all the soft in that safer tire barrier there. I was saying though, I'm curious to see what the tires will do, how many stints they'll be good for. If they're just going to be a one stint or if it's going to be a multiple stints per tire kind of race.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting question. I know in real life they usually only do one stint with them, but
yeah, well, I'm curious to see anyway.
Yeah, we're playing with the IMSA pit rigs and the IMSA rules here, where it is very convenient to change the tires every stop if you want to, and they're cheap too. So I think we'll probably be seeing that, unless it's like, everyone's just pitted and then 3-4 laps later a safety car comes out or something and people just want to splash the fuel at that stage. Most pit stops are looking like they're going to be fuel and tires. There's another little slide for Volkel. That's a very pointy car in the rear, not quite sticking through that long left-hander there.
The BOP definitely working today though. Porsche leading, BMW second, Porsche third, fourth, fifth, and a BMW in sixth. And looking racy from sixth is Spinny Boy's car. This is where the Porsches have the advantage though.
That left-hander in the S's is looking like it's getting more challenging as the day goes on, and that maybe Andy Volkel just had to breathe the throttle a little bit. He's going to go subtly defensive. Nathan Bird doesn't look like he had any troubles in that third-place Quantum Shocks car coming up the hill, as he's now putting some pressure on Ron Wolf and Spinny Boys Green. So it remains hot action a couple places through the field in this so far uninterrupted run.
Yeah, we just switched over as Brooks Clayton was passed by Logan Sennhauser of the Sennhauser racing team. Clayton in that Spinny Boys yellow car, of course, doing a bit of a recovery drive at this point. Started 5th, now 10th after that incident on the front straight. And,
so there's only 3 lonely drivers then. Your race leader, Christian Peeler, now out to a 4-second lead. Heartland Autosport, who are trying to catch up some gap, and Balthazar Motorworks, who we saw get past not all that long ago. Everyone else looking very intently at cars in front or behind them, trying to cover them off as best they can. So after a bit of a charge towards the race lead for Ron Wolf, Spinny Boys Green Cards had a couple of laps that just dropped them a little bit away from the race lead, dropped them towards the Birdman.
Yeah, Bert's got a run up here. He's coming up right on the rear of Ron Wolf, trying to catch a little of that side draft as they come up the hill. And it might not be enough momentum. It's really hard to make this work from the outside. Let's see if it happens. Wolf's got the inside. He's holding it. And Bird tried to hold the outside there, but really, really tough to do. Like I said, tough to go too wide through there. And he has to back out.
There's almost a curse here where if you've got too much of a run up the hill, then you have to pull out of the toe early, and that would be then around the outside for, you know, the next braking zone that you're approaching. If you were just a tiny bit further back, pulling out of the toe a tiny bit later, you might have a chance to squeak to the inside, which is absolutely the place to be as before they throw themselves across the curbs into that very, very committed circuit. There's no grip out there for Volkel as he's wide once again through the toe of the boot, under pressure from Andy Kosick, in turn under pressure from Jason Lee here. 4th, 5th, and 6th places. It is heating up, no doubt.
Yeah, it's seeming like Vogel's having a hard time getting that thing to turn in the initial phase of the corner. I don't know. Oh, it's getting really stacked up here. Vogel running it wide again. Kosick catches the rear bumper, and so does Lee. I think.
And it's teammates, so they're trying to defend for each other. So, as per, you know, the way you would work.
Run this time from Lee. He's looking down the inside into one. No overlap yet. Vogel, or Kosick rather, defends it.
Not quite close enough.
Got a couple cars close. I think Bird might have another run. We'll see if that turns into any overlap.
He's going to look, see if he can get to the right-hand side of the road, and there is an opportunity pulling out of the toe just a little bit later, hoping that the Porsche can have just a little bit more speed, but not quite close enough. Only just a whisker of the nose down the inside there. A tiny peak of the peak from Bird.
And the three behind managed to stay in a nice little line. And actually, I think Vogel might have been listening in because he tried that really wide entry that time that you were talking about, and it worked pretty good for him. Oh, and Kosick lets Jason Lee by.
Yep.
I don't know if he got a slowdown. Actually, yeah, I bet you got a slowdown going through the bus stop that time. Just looking at his line through there again, he cuts the third apex there. Sorry, and it's not the bus stop. I broke the rule.
I was just thinking about that with
the inner loop.
He'll get angry at us and we'll never be welcome in upstate New York ever again.
Oh man, and I won't get to have any of those sweet, sweet hot dogs, man. Maybe not sweet.
There's 2 spots available for the ChampCar dog, by the way, as of last check.
It's true. It was inching very close towards a sellout complete grid for the race in 2 weeks' time. Always very, very popular one.
Yep.
That's a cool track. Like you said, history, and I'd really like to have a drink at the Seneca Lodge, and I don't know what the Jeff Gordon room costs, but you know, I might go broke trying to get it.
But have you guys, I don't know if you've actually been to the track, have you been around the original track in the village?
I haven't. I've heard. I've heard about some of the connections, but I'd love to hear it from you.
So actually one of our fellow ChampCar race drivers lives fairly close to it, from Karnowski Russell Racing, Mr. Rob Russell, who won the Spirit of ChampCar award last year at the Glen. He works at the track, so he lives right, I'd say, 1 turn, maybe 2 away from the track, and you know, it's marked, so it's kind of nice to, you know, just drive around it and see what the track was like. You know, they called it the day the railroad stopped because there is literally a railroad crossing that you have to go over. And you know, it's just some of the views are amazing when you're coming around the Big Bend, which they no longer have at this track, but used to have back when the start-finish line was down towards the S's. But yeah, it's they basically, what they tried to do with the current modern version of Watkins Glen is have the old version of the track with all the S's and whatnot transferred over to the new track when they originally built it.
Ron Wolf defending his second place here still. There's almost a similarity here in Road America where they started off racing around a bunch of the roads on a sort of like 5 mile-ish layout, and then someone went, this is great, but we should probably build a slightly more contained, slightly more permanent facility. Both of them very, very well loved in that regard. So we also have, I think, Volkel with Jason Lee here closing up on that second and third battle. So it's remaining very, very tight for positions through this part of the field at this stage.
Yeah, Ron Wolf is looking like he's feeling the pressure, losing about 0.2 a lap to Bird over the last 5, and I think the two of them have lost a little bit more as they've been battling a little. I'd be curious to see if the Spinny Boys can get pushing hard enough to push up into the podium spots. Spinny Boys always showing up with a couple cars, and the team motto, full of beer, no fear. Hopefully not full of beer at this point in the race, but down for a good time.
You never know.
Oh, and Vogel gets it wrong.
He goes wide in the final corner. He hits the wall quite heavily. Jason Lee goes through, and what's the extent of the damage to the turn-in Porsche? Surely some. It got all 4 tyres airborne after that whack.
Well,
verdict.
You get the 4 tires airborne on the rumble strip anyway, so...
Is it going to buff out?
That one may not buff out as well. I mean, he seems to be driving.
Oh!
Ooh,
Now he's hit the wall on the way into the inner loop and just cut that too fine. He couldn't maybe see the turning points as well from behind the big BMW, and it's another big hit on the wall for Andy Volkel.
And that hurts.
He seems to be driving fine, though.
This one's going to hurt to watch, I think.
Yeah, that one felt bad. Turn-in Concepts, of course, driving in the ChampCar series, but lots of parts on their various cars. I think they're Subaru guys. Have to see if we can get him in here at some point out of Ohio. Those guys anyway. But yeah, that if that car wasn't turning great before, it's definitely not turning great now. And
maybe that just evened it up, left side, right
exactly.
side.
That's what I was
the pit
thinking.
lane this time. Yeah, he's taking the pit lane this time, though. That'll be our first stop of the race, and 30 minutes in. That's maybe it's definitely early. Like it's damaged, but being off schedule isn't the worst thing in these ChampCar races.
Sometimes it's beneficial.
Mm-hmm. Nathan Bird coming up the hill looking a little racy here again behind Ron Wolf. This time the Spinny Boys car sticks to the right side of the road, leaving no room for Bird. And with Bird, with Spinny Boys yellow out of the picture. Nope, that was not Spinny Boys. That was not turning out of the pictures. The Spinny Boys Gold car is now in this battle for the second place position.
Jason Lee was only 1/10 of a second away from that car's best lap of the race on the lap just gone, as well as he drew closer to second and third.
And despite the little dramas we've had back there, I mean, Hungry Geckos isn't even the fastest guy on track. It's Spinny Boys Gold and Jason Lee that is putting in the quickest ones. Yeah, all the way back in fourth place in this phase of the race. And seeing the car of Quantum Shock Motorsports Bird there blinking just a little bit too, so that could become a factor if they start wheel-to-wheel racing. Blinks occurring, of course, because of internet connections being a little unstable.
Great view of turn one. Bird is super close again, but it's all about being able to pop out at the right time and to the correct side of the track. And he's a little off through that left-hander there, and I think that compromises you somewhat. No longer as much momentum at second place, who is just covering it off, waiting till Bird no longer has any option. Once again, it keeps Jason Lee mighty close. Here's the other Spinny Boys car on the lane. I think it's been for a little bit more adventures since we last saw it, unless that's still from the race start. So Brooks Clayton bringing the yellow Spinny Boys onto the pit lane.
Yeah, as he's come through the final sector, coming out of the boot, he got on the grass a little bit and slid it into the inside wall. Thing kept pointed the right way, but he did take a pretty hard hit on the front left corner, and when he went to turn into the final corner, it didn't turn very nice for him. Luckily, he was able to clear the track pretty quickly, so no caution flag necessary, but that car was not going to make another lap, and because of the way he entered the pit lane, I have a feeling he might have taken a pit lane entry penalty. We'll see how that goes for him.
The exact enforcement on sort of pit lane blend lines varies track to track on iRacing, and they're a little too generous here. Is that the bit of grass out there that Andy Kosick just got that perhaps Spinny Boys Yellow and Brooks Clayton also helped with the mowing and the maintenance on?
Yeah, it's there's a little divot out there, and it's getting busy on the front straight.
Yep.
Middle of the road for Ron Wolf, but the inside lane still open, still an opportunity for Bird, who's going to get down there on the exit. Jason Lee arrives at massive speed, but he's out through the runoff and he can't pass out there. And we're side by side for second place, going up through the S's. Is this the car positioning that finally Quantum Shocks Motorsport Porsche was after? A little bit of a rubbing of panel through this super quick right-hander heading towards the inner loop. Nathan Bird is ahead with the Porsche. Two big BMWs behind from Spinny Boys, who will challenge but will not take that second place back away from him.
Ron's lucky that the Spinny Boys car is in fourth too, because I think he got given a little bit of grace as he was getting pushed around down that straight.
And suddenly, from last on track, here comes Heartland Autosport. They are just a second away from this battle for second place. Andy Kosick coming along with them as well. Boisvert is fighting his way up through the field with, I guess it's a tan and camo wheel and paint package.
What car? What are you talking about? There's no car there. He says, the only thing I can see actually is his windshield banner, and I'm not sure we can get a look at it, but it says, got milk, backwards, of course, because that's what's chasing you down.
And I think he's got a Max Verstappen helmet on as well.
Oh, I've just gotten some intel. It's not camouflage. It's a chocolate chip cookie.
Well,
Either way.
one would perhaps need milk for that.
This is true. I'm a little disappointed it's not a maple cookie, if I'm honest, but, you know, I will forgive this time. Either way, he's using that cookie to catch up to this battle now, and we're still going to have a four-way battle for second place on our hands if this keeps up. 154.4 last time by for Maxime. The guys ahead of him ran 155.3, 156.1, 156.0. He's closing them down. Seeing a replay here. This is Spinning Boys yellow, looks like. Heading into the bus stop, and he jumps curb, jumps another curb. Oh boy. And puts it on the inside wall. That's not how you want to do it. Again, though, he's been very lucky as this yellow car. I guess now it's Andy Vashik behind the wheel. Very lucky to keep the thing pointing the right way and rolling on.
Yeah, just the second lap, I think, for Andy Vasic in Spinny Boys yellow, and they've at risk of running out of spare BMW parts there. BMW Original Teile or something.
I'm honestly floored that front end is still attached. Leave something on the track, we might have to have a caution here, but hasn't managed to do that just yet.
Managed to, score a little bit of drift across all four apex curbs, though, by the looks of things. So it's the sequence of them that gets you. A moment for Jason Lee, I think, as he got some of those turn one curbs a tiny bit wrong, and the BMW of Boisvert is going to bear down on him shortly. This is how track drops away a little bit just as you turn in. Yeah, it's a lot of apex curb, a slide and a snap as it met the exit curb. He survives though, but the pressure is coming from Heartland Autosport.
And I think we're starting to see the result of that track temperature climbing. We're up almost 10 degrees Fahrenheit since the start of the race, now 98 Fahrenheit on the track. And I think these cars are just starting to handle a little bit differently than they did with full tires, or fresh tires and full fuel on a cooler track.
Full tires and fresh fuel, yep.
Yeah, all that.
Fresh fuel is important. You can let fuel sit for too long, water can get into it, lead to all sorts of problems. That's a problem that I'm sure you encounter very often with all the planes that you own, Devon.
Or at least my lawnmower. Either way.
Yeah. What about your snowblower?
I'm a good old-fashioned shovel boy. I got to stay healthy in the winter. Either way.
I've never shoveled snow in my life.
Okay, thanks for rubbing it in. Nathan
Bird. No, it's not all good. It's not all good stuff because I've got no aurora borealisness going on. I'm too equatorial for that. Everyone else is enjoying it, not me.
That's true. We did get a pretty special show. Nathan Bird likes passing Spinny Boys so much, he's about to try and put another one a lap down. That's Andy Vashik now, who's coming by up the inside, putting him a lap down. And imagining that the team car of Ron Wolf in green will be doing the same shortly too.
Yeah, you can tell which is the lap down, Spinny Boys, by the amount of damage that it's got. But this is going to be a tough moment because they're side by side behind. Heartland Autosports will sneak through for the spot before catching Spinny Boys yellow that they will then aim to put a lap down. So a spot gained for Heartland, and all they see everywhere they look, Spinny Boys.
Yeah, those Spinny Boys BMWs everywhere. I missed it. Did you say someone's got the headlights going already?
Yeah, there was a little flash of the headlights as they were going down the short shoot from the carousel to the laces there.
That's good stuff.
The BMW has a pre-programmed headlight flashing pattern, so one press of the button and the different elements will flick back and forth. So, I mean, I don't think that they bothered to wire up the turn signals though, so it's priorities on the BMW GT4.
Got to save every gram, man.
What? Well, come on. We know BMW drivers like to be BMW drivers, so that's why it's pre-programmed.
Came broken from the factory. I got it.
No, came working from the factory.
Broke because it rusted out, maybe. Yeah. So this is a good run, really, from Heartland Autosport. All things considered, they've come from basically last, slowly chipped their way up through the field. And the thing I note is not only, okay, they're catching a couple of cars, they're passing a couple of cars, but their pace compared to the race leader, who we haven't seen a whole lot of in the last 20 minutes, is very strong as well.
I'm surprised that BMW hasn't made its way to the lane to get fixed up.
Yeah, it's looking surprisingly beat up there. Happy to say that, well, I guess have the concerning note that despite Maxime's efforts here, the team has predicted that Dakota will ruin the team's race in the final hour by smashing into the wall. Because I guess he might have had a similar incident at some other race.
Oh, brother.
So, things going good for Maxime in the current moment. But it's a long race out there. 4 hours, 12 minutes. Oh! And that's
another Spinny Boys BMW going nose first into the wall, but this time it's Spinny Boys Green and Ron Wolf. The pressure too much from Heartland Autosports. And did not have milk. We'll have a look at it again. See here, Heartland are thinking about the inside. They're sniffing around on Spinny Boys Green here, and the pressure too much.
And Green's going to take the lane. Yeah. Oh,
that's why they put tires in that bit on the inside. There's a couple places they put tires on the inside, and it's very well placed.
It's I mean, the Spinny Boys are just showing some remarkable aptitude at spinning and ending up facing the right way, and rapidly making their way to the pit lane as necessary.
Practice makes perfect.
Well,
but it's free real estate for Heartland Autosport, who now find themselves back to third.
They are aptly named at this point.
Yeah, they predicted it. Luckily for Ron, I think that will have cost him time, obviously, but not a catastrophic amount. Yeah.
And they're going to have a driver change in the 00 as well. So Ron out and Dupuy in. Fastest lap of the race here for Christian Peeler just now. So I was comparing Heartland Autosport's pace favourably to your race leader. It seems like maybe they had just a little more to give.
Yeah,
Sorry, it is at almost the hour mark, so we may see some guys ducking in here.
Yeah, this could be an in-lap, I was going to say. We see Matthew Dupuy now hopping into the Spinny Boys green car as that rumbles out of the pit lane and up the hill. We'll see if any scheduled stops are starting. Won't be this time for Christian Peeler in that Hungry Gecko's car as he crosses the line with another fast one, a 153.6, suddenly showing some of that pace. Finding it on some interesting parts of the track, too, it must be said.
Well, there is an incident limit, and the off-tracks count towards it. So no matter which driver in the car gets them, once you get to 50, it's a drive-through penalty, and then a drive-through penalty every 20 thereafter. So if Christian Peeler is racking up a little bit of time in the bank by maybe extending the outside of turn 1 a little bit. I don't know how wide you'd have to go through the second to last corner, but if you're doing that lap after lap in this phase, you're going to leave your teammates in a spot where they're not so pleased with how many incident points you've left them. It's a 2-driver combo here, I'm pretty sure, with Dennis Federation joining Christian Peeler.
Yeah. And just as I'm reviewing the counts, and these aren't always perfectly reliable, but I think our leader in the instance department is Spinny Boys Yellow with 11, but Slowered Expectations and Andy Kosik also have 7 to their name. So still relatively low totals, but it's first hour.
So I think that part of the racetrack you're all fair to use. But for example, if you get too hot into the inner loop and you end up cutting across some of the grass, obviously the grass is not paved runoff, it's grass. Even NASCAR thinks that grass is probably off track.
I don't know. I mean, I guess the sand at Sonoma doesn't count when you think about old Dale Earnhardt making a move out there.
I was thinking, didn't they start racing on sand? Isn't that where they started? At Daytona Beach. I've been to North Turn or whatever it was, whatever it's called there.
I think you've got that right.
Yep.
Balthazar Motorworks are going to stop as well. So Bill Woods comes in the all-black BMW.
This might be our first scheduled stop of the race. Bill Woods had a pretty quiet stint. Currently sitting in 7th place as he comes to a stop. Started 10th, so a good little drive from him. And critically, a clean little drive from him. We'll see if he decides to do a driver swap. At 53 minutes into the race, he could probably do another full stint and get
That's
away
what I'm
with
thinking, is from that stop there, a full tank of fuel will get you to the end of that 2 hours. So I think, yeah, that seems perhaps a savvy tactical move.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wonder if anyone else will elect to sort of copy it. Once again, regular ChampCar Endurance Series drive stint times and rules apply, and so you end up with a little bit more leeway when you're using 3 drivers than when you're using 2. But yeah, Bill Woods stays with that car, and of course rejoins the race in a very exciting spot ahead of the battle for 3rd as well. So as he gets a new set of tyres in and warmed up, that's something to keep aware of. Pretty sure these cars have got one of the rear facing cameras in them. So many do. It's a pretty cheap and nice thing to have, but 2nd place is off. Quantum Shocks Motorsports Porsche Nathan Bird has spun out through the inner loop. Heartland Autosport goes to 2nd. Spinny Boys Gold goes to 3rd. And what, if any, is the extent of the damage to the number 7? Let's take a look.
Oh man, he comes up real fast, the way these Porsches do, to the inner loop. And as he turns in, he makes the sort of classic mistake that we've been seeing guys make. He's going to hop this inside curb and get that car really unsteady. 4 tires off the ground, spins it around, and hits absolutely nothing. These guys are doing an incredible job of keeping it off the wall today. Carries on with no damage, but a bruise to the ego, I'd say.
I wouldn't leave those tyres on for too much longer either, to be honest. He's gotten going again, just in front of Slowered Expectations, Andy Kosik. So this is 4th and 5th. As you see, but it sends Heartland Autosport back to where they qualified in this race, second place. So they've made a couple of hard-fought moves. That one, very much Moses and Red Seed for them.
Yeah, and with that, Christian Peeler now has a 15-second gap back to second place out at the lead, but that hasn't stopped him from pushing. Last time by a 1:53.9, and that was with him giving the wall on the final corner a pretty solid shunt on the left-hand side. So he's turned it on in the last 5 laps and really found another gear that these other guys are going to have a hard time matching. So far, anyway. Always curious to see what the driver strategy ends up being in one of these races. Do you put your quickest guy out first, and then hopefully maybe get him back in the car later on?
That's what we did during the Charlotte 4 hours last year with the Mustang. That race was interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, I seem to recall that there was some pretty crazy stuff there at the end. A couple of guys found the wall in unexpected ways.
Yeah, and I had somebody lose their pedals in front of me on a caution lap.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
And yeah, that one sucked. I was not happy.
Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. In the sim cars, you can only break a few things, but when they break, they tend to be pretty special.
Yes. Although Team Salins does have the designation of the only man to have, or the only team to have someone Iron Man an event.
True.
4 hours of Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, of course it is a team racing out here, but if you're a good friend of the series, you can come out and just do a whole bunch of laps and have some fun. Nathan Bird comes by that time and puts in a respectable 54.7 after his little drama. So maybe those tires aren't quite so dead yet.
Rumors of their demise may have been exaggerated, but regardless, we're heading towards the top of the hour, and generally for these cars, we think that the fuel run just a tiny bit over an hour. So you have your top 6 cars that haven't stopped yet, followed by the 2 Spinny Boys cars that have stopped for damage, and Balthazar Motorworks, who seem to have stopped early for sort of tactical driver reasons. Here they are, about to go the lap down. So Quantum Shocks Motorsport. Very sporting, all considered there. So you've got the racing dash with the shift lights, tyre lockup lights, tyre slip lights there, and the gear indicator. You've got the brake bias adjustment that you can do from within the cockpit. You've got all the other nice little buttons on the racing steering wheel for the headlight flashes and the drinks buttons and pit lane speed limits and such. Your ABS traction controls are there in the center console in front of what I think is the road car PDK gear selector that doesn't get a whole lot of work out when you have paddles on the wheel.
And it even has its still stock hazard lights on it.
Oh, and the other thing is just to the right of the dash is one of it's sort of the equivalent of Flagtronics. So under caution, that bit flashes yellow.
Did you hear, David? It was the end of the first hour, and someone cracked a beer. With
There
all
you
the
go.
fans out there.
Expect a couple of cars to crack pit lane soon. I've certainly been to a few events where the fans definitely don't wait until an hour of the race is completed. Although I will at the Bathurst 12 hour, because that starts at 5:45 a.m. So by the time 6:45 a.m. rolls around.
Yeah, you do got to make it to the end of the 12 hour there, you know?
So I always tease one of, so for Sim Racers, which is our Forza League, there's a bunch of us that race in the iRacing version of this for Sim Racers. But we have a guy from New Zealand, and I always tease him because they are standing upside down, and I wonder how they stay on the ground.
Leader pits, Hungry Geckos is in the lane, Spinny Boys Gold in as well. So Heartland Autosport will go through into the lead of the race here just past the top of the hour. Quantum Shocks and Slow at Expectations is in. So everyone but Heartland Autosport, not only have they got milk, they may have got fuel as well. Wait and see what Sennheiser Racing Team do. Otherwise, it'll be almost everyone in the lane. Hungry Geckos have a driver change to Dennis Federation. Spinny Boys Gold hit their pit box, and we'll see if Jason Lee gets out. We'll see if Nathan Bird gets out of the Quantum car. And we'll see if Andy Cosick gets out of the Slow at Expectations car. Spinny Boys Gold has a driver change to Evan Campbell. And Quantum Shocks have the driver change to Andrew Gilliland. Still seeing Andy Cosick for Slow at Expectations at the moment as you watch Heartland Autosports leading their first lap of the day.
So back to my story, he says that New Zealanders have webbed feet. So is that the same for Australians?
Well, no. I think if New Zealanders have webbed feet, it's not an adaptation to their environment and their hemisphere. It'd be for the same reason that Alabamans have webbed feet.
Be careful, Tiffany might hear you.
Yeah, and I'll hear her coming with her webbed feet.
She'll send her attack chickens after you.
Haynes and her will go swimming.
So Sennheiser Racing Team also stayed out. It's one lap longer for Heartland Autosport here and Sennheiser Racing Team as Max Boisvert hits pit road. And that will give the lap back to Balthazar Motorworks. They're on circuit there, and they go back onto the lead lap now that the leader and everyone else comes to pit. Sennheiser Racing Team Porsche. Logan Sennheiser. Logie Bear, I think, is his Twitch username.
Yeah, probably streaming. And we'll see if he streams himself out of the car as he gets into the pit lane. Dakota Knapp now in for Heartland Autosport.
Yeah, that Porsche had a pretty nasty bend to its beak, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
Like magic, they're going to use one of their two fast repairs. So definitely the kind of thing you'd want to save one in your back pocket for late in the race for a rainy day. Not that it's going to rain on these cars, but there are some others that it can on iRacing these days. Dennis Federation, with the great work of his teammate Christian Peeler, goes through to the race lead. Now everyone else has stopped, and look at this. Dakota Knapp has Evan Campbell all over him for second and third. There's more tyre temperature, more speed for Evan Campbell. It almost looks like they've had a tiny bit of an undercut almost on the Spinny Boys Gold car.
Yeah, it's worked out. And Campbell putting pressure on Knapp right away.
Sennhauser Racing Team stock is almost done. Cameron Sennhauser replaces Logan. Two brothers.
Ooh, we got a spin.
No.
Yeah, Heartland Autosport. From that second place, the cold tyres, and not great pulling across the track, but there's only so much you can do. This is that pressure straight into the race on the cold tyres. Car behind's got a little bit more temperature to put more pressure on, and yeah, the laces have become the undoing.
That is a very, very sketchy spot to spin. There's not a lot of room there. You think there's not a lot of room in the S's? It's quite compact in there too.
Yeah, he got pretty lucky that everyone saw him spin. If that was anywhere near him, because that's a very blind spot. Local yellows wave though, and he kept it more or less off the wall and carries on.
That was a Code Brown moment.
Yeah, I think
Spinny Boys Brown.
As I say, I think the Spinny Boy's been teaching people their secrets.
It might be spreading. So Hungry Gecko's lead 20 seconds from Spinny Boys Gold. Here's Spinny Boys Green under pressure from Quantum Shocks Motorsports. Andrew Gilliland only recently in the race. Matthew Dupuy in this race for 34 laps so far. And the trick that he's learned is stay to the right-hand side coming up the hill. The Porsche will struggle to get around the outside of you here, even with the bravery, perhaps dare even the arrogance of youth.
Gilliland pulls out 5 car lengths going through the inner loop, and then is going to lose a whole bunch of them coming out of the outer loop. Different strengths of these cars.
So why have we got Cameron Sennhauser back in? Is it those problems that we noted, or was it some other problems?
Yeah, I'm a little curious. I didn't see anything. It must have been a speed in on pit lane, judging by the drive-through that's happening right now.
Oh.
Either way, he rolls all the way through and turns off the speed limiter this time and gets out.
Been there, done that. Did that a few times at Daytona last year. That was not fun.
Yeah, definitely not how you like to start a stint, but got lots of time to make it up. At the rate these guys are spinning, one of them's going to find the wall hard enough to incapacitate a car and trigger a safety car. Hopefully not, but we'll see.
No yellow flag there at the starter stand. You're right, Bill, you're right.
Yeah. Ooh. Another loose rear end there. And out in the dirt there, not a good spot to put your car.
Yeah.
Loosen you up through the S's. It ain't fun.
Yeah, a little Andy on Andy violence there as Gilliland tried to hit the throttle all the way to the floor, and Cossack took advantage of a loose moment and squirted on by. Cossack will now be trying to put some pressure on Dupuy.
2 Ohioans as well, Andy Cossack and Andy Gilliland.
So I have to watch the live stream to see the actual colors of the cars, because it's all stock colors on the iRacing feed. So I'm doing a little bit of looking down, looking up.
We'll have to get you set up with Trading Paints one of these days so you can see all the beautiful liveries that we got out here today.
Oh, I have Trading Paints. It's just that's just the way iRacing decided to give it to me.
That's how it goes.
So third, fourth, fifth here, but on the previous laps, quicker than second place, while Hungry Geckos extend their lead out over second place. Heartland Autosport with their spin, Dakota Knapp, is maybe going to have to do all of the work that his teammate did the stint before him as well to close back in on the podium positions.
Getting busy going into the S's again. Andy Cossack lining up Matt Dupuy at the bottom of the hill here. He's got this timed out pretty nicely. If he can drop out of the draft at the right moment, he might have a move here.
I think the gearing for the Porsche is entirely optimal, because just as they get to the top of the hill there, they switch from fifth gear into sixth, and it seems to sort of stall them out. Not that the BMW gearing is particularly fantastic either if you've driven that car. I think first, second, third, useless. Sixth and seventh, useless. So the difference in the gear ratios and when they're sort of upshifting maybe just makes passing a little more challenging for the Porsche than otherwise. As they sort of pull up through third, fourth, fifth gear going uphill through the S's, the Porsche seems a strong package. That sixth gear might be just a little too tall. There's Evan Campbell. They caught him by a second and a half last lap in the Spinny Boys Gold car in second place. And they seem to be doing very similar on this lap as well.
Yeah, Campbell, we haven't seen out at as many of our Sprint Series races or our endurance races. And they're closing them down still. If I'm in the pits with on Evan's team, though, I'm saying, just run your race. Don't need every driver to win it. Keep it safe, all that. I've lunched a motor, pushing too hard, transmission. Miss the downshift or make a bad turn, and all of a sudden you're going to have a bad time.
Expensively bad time.
Yeah.
So busy through the boot. Second, third, fourth, fifth. Spinny Boys Green running a little wider through the toe there. And need to decide shortly what they're going to do about their teammates. Do they play rear gunner, or do they try to move through quickly? You been to the Glass Museum, Bill? That's something I can see myself doing.
I have not, actually. Well, I might have when I was, young, but I mean, we've been there for events, but it was on the outside. So never on the inside, because they had a... That's
a good thing about Glass, though. You can be on the outside looking in.
Yeah.
Monster.
Yeah, well, yeah. They had an event for the Argetsinger Award, which is a trophy awarded to just anybody associated with motorsports, blah, blah, so on and so forth. So Chip Ganassi, Richard Petty, Richard Childress, a bunch of people have won it. So you had the awards at Corning, but it wasn't, you know, you were just in a meeting room essentially outside, and then you went into a big hall. So it wasn't like you actually got to explore the museum.
There's a sign somewhere around, I think near turn 1 on one of the billboards. That's a bit wide from Spinny Boys Green, and up the inside of them goes Andy Cossack and Slow at Expectations. Now they're side by side. The BMW has done better off the toe of the boot.
Yeah, it looked like Dupuis just kind of got a little wrong on the way in. Didn't get it turning, got it slowing. In the early phase of the stint, it does seem like the Porsches handle a little better. Everywhere except the inner loop, of course. It's been a bit of a grueling green flag run for some of these guys. Cossack's been in the car. He's going for a move now down the front straight, looking up the inside. Brakes late and gets some room too. And Dupuis going to have the run on the outside, holds the spot. But Cossack making his presence felt. But yeah, if you're Cossack, you've been in the car since the very first lap. And, you know, might be getting a little fatigued, feeling a little pressure. And he's going to take advantage of that slow exit from turn 1. Or it looked like he might anyway, until he lifted off and trailed back in the slipstream. And honestly, if you're any of these guys at this point, you're feeling pretty good about where you are in the race, being in the top 5.
But anything can happen, and it's a long race.
Mm-hmm.
I do have to say that this announcing booth is a lot more comfortable than the ones I've ever been to.
Or does the chair recline?
Slightly.
Ooh. No rest on the track. Cossack was looking up the inside of Dupuis again, and Dupuis closed the door on the exit, pinched him.
This is very interesting right now.
On Cossack and the Spinning Boys, they had their little tangle at the start there, so I bet you both of these BMWs ahead don't want to let them by. Even more than usual.
So what the Caymans have to do, the Caymans have to work together to get by the BMWs, I figure. Oh, and Spinny Boy on Spinny Boy.
Yeah, engineering the team swap here. Spinny Boy's green goes down the inside of Spinny Boy's gold. And does this mean Evan Campbell can get towed around a little bit, or does it mean he's now vulnerable to the Porsches coming up that definitely in clean air pace had a second and a half per lap on him?
They're coming fast.
Yeah, they are. They're right on his bumper.
Solid chance for Dupuis to get out of here, though, in the ensuing predictable mayhem behind.
Shooting up the outside, trying to get that run coming out of the toe.
He's got it.
This is a very interesting corner to pass on.
One that's been very challenging as well, with the rear of the car wanting to slide out for a few of the Porsches through that section there as well. So to be pinched hard to the inside of one of the big BMWs be a tough spot to be. Oh, just a bit of the wall. Little bit of the wall for Andrew Kosick. So now Andrew Gilliland will think, well, if you're going into the wall, I'm not going to be patient no more. So now Gilliland has a look down the inside of turn 1, but won't throw it in super deep on the brakes. Perhaps Kosick threw it in too deep, too wide on the brakes, runs it out just a little bit wide, and rather than taking 3rd place, he loses 4th. Gilliland goes through and will be next to try to line up some spinny boys.
I've been a little surprised by how much trouble the Porsches are having overtaking the BMWs. Just seem to really struggle to be close enough at the right moment to make the overtake. Even with the little straight line advantage they seem to have right up until everyone kind of aero maxes out. And Evan Campbell doing pretty good for a guy who, he only got a few years on the service. He's a safe driver, 4.99 safety rating, Class A. But holding his own and letting Dupuis get away. And Dupuis, of course, Canadian on the podium, so I can always get behind that.
Silly Canuckistanians. Sorry, I have a bias against, essentially Toronto and Montreal hockey fans because they invade our arena. So,
the Leafs already lost out of the playoffs, so you don't have to worry about them.
I was smiling. Gilliland. No offense.
Andrew Gilliland's going to look down the inside of turn 1. It's where he made a spot by having a little bit of a look earlier on. Now he looks to have grabbed another spot here off Evan Campbell, but he's got to hold it all the way up the hill to the inner loop.
I think he's got it. He's walking away a little bit. It might help that he's got some Porsche help behind him. BMW trying to get back by. Nope. Not close enough. Wide through the inner loop there for the BMW.
So in the time it took for that to happen, Dupuis got away a little bit, but now Gilliland's made a couple of moves, seems to have found his stride after a little early mistake we saw when he'd just gotten in the car after the last stops. But now it's lap 11 of the run for him. And he does seem to be finding his stride some. We'll see what the lap time is at the end of this lap, and then maybe in the next one, how Gilliland's pace is trending. No one's trending to match the pace of either driver in the Hungry Geckos number 9, though. 33 seconds that they now lead. Whether it was Christian Peeler or Dennis Federation, they have been the fastest drivers and the fastest combination in the fastest car.
Hitting the marks beautifully down through the carousel and the laces there.
It's a little controlled slide to the limit of the pavement coming out of there as well. That's second, third, fourth, fifth is Andy Kosick. And he looks like he will be next to try to line up on Evan Campbell. Spinny Boy's green teammate already got through. Andrew Gilliland just got through. And now Andy Kosick is vying to be next.
This little second to fifth battle group has been kind of impressively shown a lot of parity. With Gilliland's release, I think he might have something for Dupuis.
I think he might. He had half a second last lap, and that's with Dupuis trying to break the toe in a few places. It's futile, I think.
Mm-hmm. That BMW, it punches a big hole. Ooh, Campbell's running a bit wide. Manages to hold it on even though he gets 2 tires off in the grass.
Yeah, he's a racing driver. It's part of the racing surface.
As long as there's enough grip, you know.
Exactly. As Brian Till says at Mid-Ohio School, we'll take as much as you give us because we're greedy racing drivers.
Brian Tilley, I bet you that was a fun day.
Yeah, he runs the school down there, and I go at least once a year. It's a lot of fun, and you know, good group of guys that are instructors too.
Mm-hmm.
And it's repaved this year, so it might actually be fine in the wet instead of an ice skating rink year round. I think that was the most scared I've been at highway speed ever.
I believe it. Costa getting right to the rear bumper of Evan Campbell now.
Yep.
Campbell's put up that valiant defense. Leaves the line open though. Costa going to try and side draft him. Taking the long way around the S's though. Ooh.
He's got him.
Yeah. And he will get him all the way up the hill.
That was a little sketchy, but he got him. Kept it clean.
Yeah. Oh, Costa goes deep though. All 4 tires off. I wonder if that'll cop him a slowdown. We'll have to see. That's the worst feeling when you get past a guy and then you got to give it back for a penalty. Might have got away with just an off track though, yeah. And you can't imagine it's much faster going out that way, to be honest. Oh, and a little drama up ahead. Matthew Dupuis going to run it real wide in the toe.
Did that a couple laps ago as well. It just didn't seem like it wanted to turn in to the apex there. You've also got to remember that Spinny Boys Green stopped a couple laps earlier than a lot of the others. So they're also actually carrying a bit less fuel at the moment. So that's advantage quantum shocks, advantage slowered expectations. And Evan Campbell maybe seems to also have some similar problems as he now has the Porsche to stretch away from him.
And I keep looking at the track temp and it keeps ticking up. We're up to 108 Fahrenheit from 90 at the start of the race. So got to wonder if maybe the warmer track conditions will favor the Porsches a little bit. Air temp's still pretty consistent. Expecting that to go up a few more degrees and the wind to stay pretty consistent to the southwest. But has an impact on these cars as they go around. Changed your braking points, changed your sort of overall performance as you go. Whole field looks like it slowed down a little bit, to be honest. Hungry Gecko's Dennis Federation was a 54.8 last time by, which was one of the slower ones for him in the last little while. And this battle from second to fourth is running in the 55s. And I actually
a little wide.
Yeah. Just seen a little drama like that. Dakota Knapp was coming into the inner loop just a little bit ago and leapt the first curve there pretty aggressively. So a little bit of driving difficulty out there for a lot of these teams right now.
Heartland are also catching now after Dakota Knapp's early spin. So they were almost a whole second quicker than Spinny Boy's Gold last lap.
Yeah, Knapp's suffering a little bit out there right now with the tires, I think. Car just doesn't look like it wants to turn. Had to actually tap the brakes as he was coming off the exit of that one. Don't see any evidence of any more significant damage on that car. Back in with our second place battle here. This is Dupuis out front, covering off Andrew Gilliland. Gilliland takes a lot more of the left side curbs through the inner loop that time. Sets him up for a nice run into the outer loop.
Played it a little safer on the way in, might have been just a little stronger on the way out, more able to place his car for the following long right-hander. Sometimes you have a really committed ride through the inner loop there, and you arrive at the next corner a bit out of position of where you'd want.
And the longer we watch Matthew Dupuis, the more uncomfortable he looks on those tires. That car is not handling good.
Which is kind of surprising because the Porsche's, well, technically mid-inch, ouch, off the wall there. Saw a little smoke from that one. The Porsche, the weight is pretty much on the rear tires, which, you'd think that they burn up their tires faster on the back, but it is iRacing, so...
Yeah, behavior's always a little different. Gilliland's got a good run this time, and he's not going to get the inside line, so he's going to have to do it the hard way. And doing it without a lot of draft or momentum. I don't think he's going to have the move, and he doesn't, into the inner loop. But again, we'll see. He takes this tighter inside line on the left and gets a nice little run. Maybe stuck to the rear bumper as they head down to the boot this time. And somehow the BMW finds a little bit extra on the exit of the laces. He manages to hold it this time through the toe.
Yeah, two cars capable of similar lap times, but by no means identical cars. And so sometimes there's some traction zones where the gearing is just a little more favorable for one than the other. Some types of corners that are just a little bit more favorable for the way one of the cars, turns in or feels. And then we're also definitely seeing a bit of a difference in what's the optimal line through the inner loop based on You know, do you gain more from being flat on the ground and having a little more cornering grip, or do you gain more from straight lining it and leaping further over the curbs? And that seems to be a difference. It's quite wide. That's very wide from Dupuis. And he had to get out of the throttle big time. Here comes Gilliland to the inside of one, a place where some passes have been made before, and then parking it at the apex there as well on the way through. Second place for Gilliland right now, with Spinny Boys green and slow at expectations, hot on his heels.
Oh, that was classic overtake. But Dupuis right there, and he's going to try the outside line. Maybe the inside line. Oh, he gets a nice draft here, actually. He's carrying a little more speed, and yeah, I think he's got the advantage. He's got it back into the inner loop. Able to drive it in a little deeper than the Porsche is. Nicely executed.
And atones for his mistake off the final corner. And, yeah, swoops right back. Wide through the laces. So it is getting a bit scruffy all round.
Well, we're almost to the second hour here, so pit stops will be happening shortly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got to think that Dupuis in particular is probably 8-9 laps away, unless they're planning to run shorter stints all the way through, maybe give an extra stop.
Most went 32 or 33 laps in the first stint, and they are now 17 or 18 completed. So closer to their next pit stop than they are to their last. Like how Lion King came out closer to the moon landing than the present day.
And a little bit of cloud cover gives the drivers a break. And that track temp ticks down right away. Down to 107, but I'm sure this cloud will blow over and it'll come back. As it does.
Best place to stand and watch with a hot dog, Bill?
So there's a number of places that I normally watch. You might actually even see me on the if I wasn't broadcasting. Normally I sit at the exit of the inner loop. If I can make it down there, the laces of the boot, the toe of the boot, whoops, a little wide there. Then I usually try to watch on top of the hill at the toe of the boot. So there's a tunnel on the inside, right about there, that you can cross underneath and walk and watch from the inside of the boot, or the inside of the boot there. And the laces in the toe are pretty interesting, because if it's a front wheel drive car, you can watch them lift their rear tire and go around the toe, because it's off camber like that. And start finish, S is, you know, pretty much everywhere is a good spot to watch, because they all have their different characteristics.
Mm-hmm. There's a tunnel under Ocean Boulevard, and there's Spinny Boys Yellow on the pit lane. Andy Vasic, remember that they had damage and stopped very early last time, so this is about on time for them. 31 laps for Corey Barrett to get in Spinny Boys Yellow. There's a man who knows his way around a BMW, and replacing the fuel tank. So apparently if that picture that you and I saw is to be believed, he's got his C3 Corvette running again, so that can shake off any other blues.
Well, yeah, it's for the real ChampCar race. It's going to be a hell of a fight between all the cars entered, because GBU's there, Eddie Vedder, us, the group formerly known as Visceral Racing Group. Yeah. Oh yes, I am going to call them on that on the live broadcast at least once. There's a bunch of Atlanta Speedworks cars. Oh yeah, it's going to be quite the race on Memorial Day.
Yeah, it should be a good one. I'm honestly envious. Being a teacher, I only get a couple months off in the summer, which is very nice, but not all my favorite tracks are racing at that time in the ChampCar series.
You can call in dead.
Might have to.
So thinking about how Spinny Boys Green here stopped just a little bit earlier, they're now 27 laps into their run. Their first stop was after just 25, and we're seeing anywhere between 30 and 33 laps is sort of the way to go. So they're not all that far away from stopping again. Neither are Balthazar Motorworks, as they run around in 7th at the moment in their BMW, a little bit behind Heartland in 6th in our leading group, but still on the lead lap and about a lap ahead of their next car for position, which is Sennhauser Racing Team, with Logan Sennhauser back in.
Yeah. Yeah, 9 cars still lapping. We lost the not turning car a little bit ago. They hit the pit lane and didn't come back out.
One of the, well, never mind.
We're watching that seldom seen Hungry Gecko's car at this point.
The lesser spotted gecko.
Yeah, something
he just
like
wants the hot dogs, that's all.
He's looking like a hot dog, putting in a 54.6 last time by, which is good for about 0.6 of a second on the last next car up, Matthew Dupuis. And Federici and Peeler got this thing looking pretty locked down at this point in the race, but of course still 3 hours left to go, so plenty of time for things to change. It'll be interesting to see what their third driver has, or I guess their second driver. So Federici will probably have to stay in for an extra long stint here and try and max out that 2 hours, get as close to it as possible to make their pit strategy work, because it is just Federici and Peeler in that car.
You know, your race leader turns in a little bit earlier and a little bit tighter to the toe of the boot there, and everyone else seems to be sort of hanging out wide, looking for a late apex with that sort of off-camber nature that Bill talks about. But it doesn't seem to quite stick through the middle part of the corner to be out high and wide.
Yeah, it does seem a little more comfortable where they are. Andy Cossack is just at the back of the shot there as Andy Gilliland crosses the line ahead of him. And these two are about the closest battle we got on track right now. A little less than a second between them, about half a second going through turn one.
Gilliland again a little wide, Cossack a little tidier. Has more speed coming up the hill. And it is a long run then through that flat-out right-hander and then looking way up the road at whichever braking marker you're going to pick.
Looking like a V8 supercar with the way he's kicking two wheels up in the air.
Well, they can do 4.
I think these guys have done 4 a few times too, for better and for worse.
Not always to great results.
Their horns might even be playing Dixie as they're flying through the air.
Cossack has the tight line through the toe that time, but Gilliland gets a better run. Meanwhile, while we've looked away, the Sennhauser Racing Team entry is in 8th place right now, running a lap down. They've switched back to Logan Sennhauser after some connection issues for the main or for the other driver, Cameron.
Yeah,
Cameron was up.
Gonna mention that it popped up on my screen here, but you know.
Yeah, Sennhauser ran 10 laps and didn't manage to make one official because he was having so many connection issues. So we'll see if he can get that sorted back out, and then Logan can hand the car back off again.
Get the sledgehammer out. That'll fix the internet.
It is important to have a good internet connection in iRacing. Best way to do it, of course, is run a little Ethernet cable to your box.
I was about to say it's important to have a good network connection.
True. Yeah, because if you're dropping packets on the Wi-Fi, you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah. Heartland Autosport have taken a while for Dakota Knapp to do what felt like inevitable and close up on Spinny Boy's gold. And he's enjoying all of the runoff out there as well.
He's getting there, and the Porsches are getting racy too.
Yep, very tight.
Yeah. Cossack getting right up on the rear bumper.
Battle for third.
Yeah, at least for the moment, Spinny Boys Green from second are going to have to stop in the next 2 or 3 laps, you'd think.
Pretty good though from Dupuis. He's after having some of those issues we were talking about earlier. Oh!
Gilliland goes wide. He has a big hit. He loses the spot almost immediately.
Ouch.
Yeah, just never really got it turned in, and when he got back to throttle, it was looking like it was going to go into the outside wall, and sure enough, it did. As I was saying though, Dupuis has cleaned it up in the last few laps, found a little bit of pace, and now averaging 3-4 tenths a lap quicker than the guys behind. So he's starting to put a bit of a gap. He's got about 3.5 seconds now. We'll see if Cossack, now ahead of Gilliland, has anything to say about that.
And then the BMW is not all too far behind.
That Campbell feeling the pressure. Knapp saying, I'm going to make an overtake. Knapp uses the runoff, carry a little bit more speed up the hill. He's looking, but the door gets closed. Campbell runs his line.
Yeah, really looking to get the nose underneath there, but it wasn't going to happen. That's one of the less conventional overtaking spots. Turn 1, the inner loop, some others a little higher percentage moves.
Knapp keeping the pressure up through turn 1. Oh, these guys are pushing. Cossack is too. He's almost 4 or 5 tenths now ahead at the end of the straightaway. We're catching a replay now. This is that black car of Bill Woods. He comes around the laces, disappears for a little while, and then reappears down the road. So
Magic.
Another instance of that, yeah.
Harry Potter stuff.
When you do that, the corner workers get a little excited. They start waving the flag, so sometimes it looks like an accident. It wasn't this time.
Tell Bernie to calm down.
And it wasn't great for your race leader, Dennis Federation, as he arrived near to them to put them a lap down again. That's where he is right now.
Cossack got real deep that time, going through the heel. Used all the runoff, but managed to keep it on the road. And these two are pushing the pace a little bit. Gillen have to work hard to stay in contact, and they drive past Matthew Dupuis and Spinny Boy Green, who's taking a pit stop now. And that's about on schedule, 32 laps in that stint. And it's a long, slow pit lane here, so he's going to lose a few spots on the way down.
Yeah, not as slow as the ChampCar 20-mile-per-hour limit.
This is true.
So, all things considered.
Confederation's turning up the pace. 54.7 that last time by. Looking a little quick.
Yeah, and now ahead of Balthazar.
A little wide there.
We saw this with Peeler in the car, you know, having that, I guess, the little bit of extra pace towards the end of the stint. Might be a characteristic of this Porsche.
Alex Harrison gets in the Spinny Boys green car to relieve Dupuis. And we've seen some challenges on these opening few laps on a new set of tyres. Car extra doesn't like the curbs more than usual and can just slide out a little too easily.
Gilliland has another bump at that wall. These guys keep getting away with it, but it's gonna break something if you keep doing that. You gotta think.
Yeah, it's a safer barrier. It's fine. Until it isn't.
I was gonna say, That's what you tell yourself, and then all of a sudden you end up underneath the car covered in oil a few hours later.
Now, as someone who's run my full speed, my full weight into a Tech Pro barrier, I was expecting it to be softer than it was.
Yeah.
To be clear, were you in a car, or were you just doing it for fun?
I was doing a track walk.
I don't know if we caught that on the broadcast. Dakota Knapp just nailed that guardrail on the inside of the inner loop there.
Yeah, not the first driver we've seen get close to it, but he definitely had a glance across the guardrail on the entry.
It made a horrible noise. I wasn't sure if it was too bad of a hit, but it made an ugly noise.
Still racy though.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's wrecked anything.
It'll buff out.
Note to self: bring Bill a package of buffs, because it sounds like he goes through a lot of them.
Balthazar Motorworks have a pit stop, and Zach Balthazar will get in to replace Bill Woods. Woods drove 50 laps and from the start of the race to now, and hops out.
We are at the 2-hour limit, so anybody who just started the race needs to be vacating the vehicle, as it were.
Yeah, getting pretty close to the limit there.
Slowered Expectations, the only other car that I think needs to worry about that. Everyone else has had a driver swap. Quantum Shocks have had a driver swap. Obviously, these Spinny Boys cars all have. Heartland have. Hungry Geckos, the race leader, have. So it is just Slowered Expectations. That at the moment. That's how you get close to hitting that guardrail on a line like that for Heartland Autosport.
Yeah, it seems to not mind that narrow entry. It's unconventional, but it's working for him.
And maybe they're using the guardrail to help him turn.
I mean, that works on slot cars, to be fair.
Logan Sennhauser overtakes Zach Balthazar as he's exiting the pit lane.
Yep, 7th and 8th, and those two are together for track position now. They've both made their second stop of the race. Your top 5 cars have only made one stop to this point and aren't all that far away from another. Slowered Expectations and Andy Kosick run second at the moment. And the next lap will be past the top of the hour. So Slowered Expectations are owed a pit stop, even if the fuel gauge doesn't say they are. The clock does.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the top of the hour commercial break.
We run commercial break free at the moment in ChampCar iRacing Series.
I do not have that authority. I will race with my car sponsored. Yeah.
Dakota Knapp has just a little bit of contact and now out wide as he tried to pass Evan Campbell. And through the outer loop, there was just a little rub of front bumper to rear bumper. Knapp definitely got a better run through the inner loop there. And then right up in between, looking which way do I go, but ended up a little out wide. That little tap of the brake pedal halfway through the corner doesn't suggest everything was going completely according to plan.
He was just letting him know he was here.
Yeah, I may have gotten there a little quicker than he expected.
Two hours complete, 3 more to go. ChampCar iRacing Watkins Glen 5 hour. Battle's hot here between these two.
Yeah, and we'll keep with them, but Cossack has hit the pit lane now, taking that scheduled stop. Oh, up the inside. Oh, contact. Gavin Campbell gets loose. Gets a little help from Dakota Knapp, and Knapp's going to carry on.
That was not pretty.
Yeah, it looked like maybe Campbell tried to square up and kind of squeeze Knapp on the entry. Two of them got together and carried on, though.
Lee Martin it is that will get into the slow at expectations car. So Lee Martin, Aaron Reed, Andy Cossack, the drivers at hand for this Porsche.
We'll see what Lee Martin brings. Didn't see him in qualifying. Saw a little bit of him in the warm-up.
Is the Hungry Gecko's car lap somebody?
Yes, Sennhauser racing team.
Yeah, and Sennhauser doing the gracious thing, getting out of the way pretty easily.
Lee Martin brings the highest I rating to the party as he's about to exit pit lane. Now, whether all of that was achieved from, say, farming Mazda MX-5s and if it translates to the GT4 car, but he's out on those cold tyres in front of Alex Harrison, who's 5 laps into the stint here in that BMW Spinny Boys green.
Yeah, and he's got a good run, and I think he's going to take that spot pretty easily.
Yep.
It's you know, they split the I ratings between open wheel formula cars and, you know, closed wheel sedans. I might need to consider making like a, you know, shit box you know, I rating, because I bet you we got a few guys that are pretty specialized in that area here.
Yeah. Well, see, now ChampCar has to get, you know, iRacing to, get all their cars in there.
Yes, I would love that. Please.
It'll happen once someone offers a seat to Dale Jr. Andrew Gilliland's gone around for Quantum Shocks Motorsports.
Yeah, it's the usual kind of spin at the inner loop. You'll see him. He comes in. He hits the inside curb on the first one, and actually, it looks like the left-hander is what finally sets him off. He's already sliding as he hits the left-hand curb and spins it all the way around. Again, though, they've done a good job redesigning that corner, so he manages not to hit anything.
The race leader pits, Dennis Federation and Hungry Geckos are in. So no fuel saving happening, but they had a near 50-second lead prior to all of that. Then the next cars are Quantum Shocks Motorsports and Heartland Autosport, who are suddenly a lot closer. Christian Peeler gets into the race leading car, so just a straight swap every stop for Hungry Geckos. Peeler to Federation and back to Peeler.
Just making sure that they hit that 60-minute reset, and it's working for them.
So again, a few other cars running a tiny bit longer than Hungry Geckos, but none of them running faster for a moment. Quantum Shocks Motorsports and Heartland Autosport and Spinny Boys Gold go ahead of Hungry Geckos, whose stop is just now completed. Christian Peeler might remember what the cold tyres were like on a cold track from the race start. What about what the cold tyres and a full tank of fuel are like with the track temperature as it is now, 113? certainly continuing to get slicker in that way.
Yeah, it's a hot one out there.
Like 7 inches from the midday sun.
I was about to say that.
Yeah.
It's a good thing you guys get each other's references, because I got nothing. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Santana, that's how I know that.
And is it Matchbox 20 and Santana, or is it just Rob Thomas?
Rob Thomas.
I was just saying, if it's
Thomas.
Matchbox 20, I would know it, you know.
I couldn't think of his name, but I knew it was just him.
That song is so smooth when you think about it.
You're saying
At
go ahead.
Sorry, at about the 5 o'clock hour, I'm gonna bail. So your special guest will disappear.
You like your name badge, do you?
I saw that.
Dakota Knapp is in, and he's going to be followed in by Spinny Boys Gold Evan Campbell. And then the only other car we'd be waiting on a pit stop from is Quantum Shocks Motorsports. But Andrew Gilliland carries on for yet more laps, and he's out front for a little bit. Hungry Geckos are only 14 seconds behind him, and will definitely get the lead back the way things are going at the moment when Quantum Shocks Motorsports stop. Driver swaps in those two cars on the lane. So Poivert is back into Heartland from Dakota Knapp. And Jason Lee is back in Spinny Boys Gold. So Evan Campbell ran 33 laps.
Yeah, we'll see which one use the most fuel when they come out. Been pretty consistent that the cars are stationary for around a minute. And that continues. Boivin 1 minute, and Lee for 58 seconds.
So the closest cars on the racetrack at the moment are these two, but we expect Quantum Shocks Motorsports to probably slot in somewhere around them after this stop. Gilliland coming in. Looks like, just a two-driver setup here. Gilliland and Nathan Bird.
Yeah, you can do these races with two, which is nice. Oh, another one.
Slide. Got it under control.
Who'd you see that from, Bill?
It was right at the edge of that. Right at the edge of this battle here. Coming down the laces, he got a little loose.
Oh, we'll see if we can find that for you. Meanwhile, Barrett's riding along. No, sorry, that's Lee. I'm getting the gold and the yellow cars mixed up. Spinny Boys trolling us with their colors.
Gold certainly feels like it could be a yellow. So with that stop from Quantum Shocks Motorsports, Nathan Bird gets in and is about to get going about now. Hungry Gecko's lead from Spinny Boys Green from Slowered Expectations. It looks like Quantum Shocks will be just ahead of Heartland, but only just. And once again, you have a car on cold tyres versus one at full speed.
Yeah, gotta like Blaval for this one, even though there's a pretty big gap. They might actually come past each other right as they're entering the corner, though.
Maxime blow-off valve?
No, that's a different name.
Okay.
Blaval means greenwood.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Good look from the onboard here as well, by the way, with the gears, and it's the road car ratios in the GT4, which means first and second are for pulling away from a set of traffic lights or creeping through a drive-through. Sixth and seventh are for really making sure that the official fuel economy rating on the highway is good, and it leaves just third, fourth, and fifth as any good for racing. Luckily, the turbocharged power plant of the BMW M4 has a very, very wide band of power in the road car spec, I'm sure, but also the way that GT4 homologation and balance of performance works. What we're going to do here with our live coverage of the ChampCar iRacing Watkins Glen 5 hour, leave you with Heartland Autosport for a minute, and when we come back, our esteemed and well-regarded and special guest, Phil Salen, will assist us with a prize draw of a prize that will be going to one of the ChampCar iRacing Series competitors. Stay with us, back in a minute. You're watching the ChampCar iRacing Watkins Glen 5-hour. Great prelude to the ChampCar Endurance Series event coming up in 2 weeks' time. One of the favourites in the calendar. We're on HJBC and ChampCar Live. I'm David Haynes with Devin Peters, Bill Salen and Michael Derby, all on the production. Great battling happening here between Heartland Autosport and Quantum Shocks Motorsports, Maxime Boisvert and Nathan Bird in their battle for positions here. There are prizes on offer in the ChampCar iRacing series, and that's what makes it a great chance for sim racers to get involved with the ChampCar Endurance Series, get to know some people, make some connections, maybe win some prizes and get, that step from the sim racing world into racing real wheel-to-wheel with the ChampCar Endurance Series. Also a great way for the ChampCar members to get to know each other better, have some great competition, keep their skills sharp when they're not at the couple of races in a year that they might do. And to that end, racing's fun when, you're winning and you're competing for prizes, but in the ChampCar Endurance Series, there are awards for everyone, and the racing can be its own enjoyment. So we have the participation draw from the ChampCar iRacing series, where everyone who completes 4 consecutive races gets their name in the hat, or as it was, on the wheel. And our guest, Bill Salen, is going to spin the wheel and let us know who's won $250 of ChampCar prize credit to use towards their next race, or to getting racing with us in the ChampCar Endurance Series.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Derby. Oh, it is one of my sim racer friends, Orlando Harold, that gets the $250. Congratulations, Orlando. Or as I know him, Landrell over on the Xbox side of things.
Well, it was super close to landing on Logan Senhauser, who's out on track at the moment. And I think one of the drivers who will be racing at Watkins Glen in 2 weeks' time as well. So he would have liked it, but obviously you'll know whether Orlando Harold will be able to put it to good use.
I do not believe he will, but you never know. He's
maybe
out.
Maybe you and him will strike a deal, and we'll see you.
I was just saying, I heard a seat was open. I don't know.
Doubtful.
Not asking you to pull strings that you can't pull.
Yeah. Bill Strong has me strongly ensconced up in the booth, as it were.
Firmly ensconced. Okay.
Yeah.
So then, recapping, as we are really only a couple of minutes away from the halfway point of this race, Hungry Gecko's lead. Their lead approaching a whole minute over Spinny Boy's green and slowered expectations, but it's that battle for 4th and 5th that's captivating us at the moment. Heartland Autosports versus Quantum Shocks Motorsports.
Yeah, these two have been putting on a little show for us in the background. We looked away with the wheel as much as we dared, but they've been racing wheel to wheel pretty much the whole time we've been on break. Bird's had a few opportunities where he looked like he might have a move lined up, but Boisvel's managed to close the door each time. And that BMW just seems to have a little more drive on the exits of the corners.
Almost everyone is a second to a second and a half away from their personal bests at the moment in these conditions, as well as the track continues to heat up. Officially partly cloudy, but I've been seeing direct sunshine for the most part. Here's a look down the inside and there's contact, and they'll both half spin around. They'll both continue. Spinny Boy's gold, Jason Lee, gets 2 for 3. Heartland Autosports and Quantum Shocks Motorsports both continue, but now 5th and 6th.
Wow. And I mean, honestly, if you were trying to choreograph it for a movie or something like that, the tap on the inside corner panel, we'll see it here as Bird is diving down the inside, and then the tap from his quarter panel straightens them both out, and they both carry on. A little bit worse for wear, a little bit of time lost, but neither car haven't suffered any serious damage, and this caution-free race continues with no more caution.
That would be a Homer Simpson no moment.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it was a pretty ambitious move for Bird, but all things considered, they've made it work for themselves.
So, one of the next things that we can expect to see is actually Spinny Boy's yellow catching Balthazar Motorworks for position as well. There's 4 seconds there, but Barrett was 4.5 seconds quicker on the previous lap than what I've got to assume is namesake Zach Balthazar of Balthazar Motorworks. So you see them in 8th with Spinny Boy's yellow in 9th, also a BMW beginning to hone in. Although Zach Balthazar found a little bit more speed that lap than the one previously, so the pace difference, not 4 seconds like it initially looked, but a little closer to maybe 1.5 seconds a lap difference and the rate that Barrett is catching.
Watching those BMWs just eating the curbs through the inner loop.
I thought they were eating cookies.
Yes, the two food groups, milk and cookies.
And the drivers carry on. We're watching Maxime Boisvelle in that Heartland Autosport car as he refocuses and points the eyes forward at the gold Spinny Boys car.
It certainly is very reflective, so give it that.
Maybe it's the wing. The wing looks pretty gold, you know. And now this pack starts to form up again. It's going to be about a second and a half from front to back, with a big draft this time for Bird. I must say, Bird's kind of got something figured out on the entry of the inner loop. He seems to get through there a little bit straighter than the other guys.
Everybody wide through the toe there.
Yeah, you know, in some of the lower power cars, I feel like there is actually a line that likes to run a little wider there. I don't know if it's still the case, if there's enough aero on these GT4s maybe it's still a nice enough line for them.
In my time standing at the toe, I noticed everybody would be right on that apex, but
yeah.
You never know. iRacing's a little different.
Yeah, hot day.
I mean, the cars and the tires are a little different. We don't have Hankook RS4s.
True.
It's the slicks, and for better or for worse. There was briefly an Australian series where they were running GT4 cars on like, what do you call them? High performance road tires, and that was very exciting. You just don't see GT4s moving around that much.
Really, honestly, I think it's something that's kind of lost in the modern racing. Like, I think everyone would be better served if all the top level cars had a little less aero, a little more horsepower, and a little less brakes and grip to work with, because they kind of the layperson needs to see the car moving, I think, to really understand the challenge level of these cars.
Well, they're moving them all right, but they're moving them into walls and stuff, and then they move more. This is quite the three-way battle here.
Yeah.
Porsche looking to the outside, trying to get the draft on the car in front.
And rolling out of it, both of them also with just a little bit more speed than Spinny Boys Gold, who got through earlier on when both of them were off turn one.
When they both were automotive figure skating, otherwise known as drifting off the track.
You'd watch that, wouldn't you? I mean, ice racing already exists, to be fair.
And rally.
And as we watch, that battle of three cars has turned into a battle of two cars. Nathan Bird in the Quanta Shop Motorsports car has been issued a drive-through penalty for that contact on lap 73 going into turn number one. He will roll through the pit lane and carry on and rejoin, having lost a few seconds. Up ahead, Corey Barrett has just made his way around Zach Balthazar up the straightaway, this time through right before the inner loop. He made the move and cleared that Balthazar car.
as this battle is heating up.
Yeah. Looks like Jason Lee is holding the inside line. Maxime dives around the outside. He's going to use all that runoff. Gets a little advantage. Longer path, though. Ooh, and the cars nearly come together. Manages to hold the inside, though.
This is not a turn you want to be doing that, boys.
They're making it work.
Yeah.
Jason Lee held him super tight through there as well. And you got your nose in there and you're thinking, well, what's the nose going to do?
You get onto that flat portion back on the NASCAR circuit, and it's just, there's, all your camber is gone. Bye-bye.
Yeah, it's tough. Blavel is working hard for it, though. He's been trying to make that move work for a little bit.
It's always interesting when you get a vertical change kind of midway through a corner. There are some where, you know, okay, I can throw the car in and it will grip up partway through, but you really feel like a crest where the car the road drops away from you a little bit mid-corner. You've then got to be wary of actually the car will get a bit lighty, a bit skatey on you midway through.
Yeah, we are getting, about halfway through the stint for most of these cars. Lee's got 13 laps. So does Blavel. I guess they both pit on the same lap there, I recall. We have seen more than one instance, though, where those beamers don't like to turn in.
Few cars, no, just the one, Sennheiser Racing Team, leaving the lane after a bit of a long stop there, minute 22. Cameron Sennheiser still with a little bit of trepidation here, rejoining the race, 9th position. And I'll go ahead and jinx it, but he's looking a little better than last time we saw Cameron Sennheiser back out on track. Things also got exciting for Spinny Boys Gold and Heartland Autosport there as they came across Balthazar Motorworks to put a lap on there, made things a little tight.
You're trying to bring on the commentator curse, aren't you? That is an actual thing.
We seem to be pretty good at it, so we just treat it with reckless abandon at this point. At least I do. I don't know.
Did you see my message there, Mr. Nuff Nuff?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm following schedule, I think. Yeah, so still Zach Balthazar for Balthazar Motorworks. We might have missed when Corey Barrett and Spinny Boys Yellow. Okay, yeah, got past, so they did. And therefore will be the next car up the road that this battle Spinny Boys Gold and Heartland Autosport might catch. Last lap for Barrett, a 155.6. Really only 0.3 short of what Spinny Boys Gold and Heartland Autosport did, a 155.3 each, as they remain about as close to each other as they were at the start of the lap. At the end of the lap, therefore doing identical lap times.
All right, boys and girls, it's been fun, but I'm going to bail out for the chat here.
Get your preparations in order for Mother's Day tomorrow, or?
I have friends that invite me over for cards every Saturday or Sunday, so It's getting to be about that time, so I
Good
got
plan,
to
and
go
thank
lose
you
my
so
money.
much for joining us.
No problem. It was fun. It's good practice for a few weeks from now when I'm going to be on the horn for 7 hours. Don't forget to watch.
Looking forward to it.
You'll see it
All
all
right, guys.
on ChampCar Live.
Yeah, exactly. See you guys.
Thank you, Bill Salen, joining us of Salen, Watkins Glen and hot dog related fame. I don't want to say of fame and fortune, but it's definitely a fame.
They say the only thing better than being rich and famous is being just rich. No.
I heard it presented. You know, if you've always wanted to be rich and famous, try being just rich first. See if that doesn't scratch the itch. Then you can aim for famous afterwards.
It's a pleasure to have Bill. And since we're just a revolving door around here, I've actually I've got another friend of ours, friend of the broadcast, Andy Kosick, joining us. How you doing, Andy?
Pretty good today.
Looked like a pretty clean first little stint for you guys there.
Yeah, we had some adventure there right at the green, but after that it was pretty straightforward. So I really had some challenges. You know, I got behind some people and I was a little faster than them, but the car just didn't have either my lines were wrong or the BMWs were just a little faster out the corners. So I really had to take my time to find spots to get by them.
Yeah, it has looked like the Porsches are having a tough time of that. Speaking of, Lee Martin's having a bit of a tough time getting past Cameron Sennhauser, where we got Heartland Autosport on the lane taking tires and maybe doing a driver change. Sennhauser jumps out of the way now. Blue flag wave long enough that Lee Martin's able to get by, but he had to lift a little on the way up through the S's.
And then there was also not quite team orders or traffic going on as Spinny Boys Gold lapped Spinny Boys Yellow. So all happening in the space of a lap there. And that's kind of been the interesting thing here. We started with 10 cars. We have 9 running at the moment, Andy. But at least from where we're looking, probably from your perspective as well, it hasn't felt particularly quiet the last, 2 and a bit hours.
No, it's funny you mentioned that because one of the things I like to do is just get in the car and make laps. Well, I had about 4 of those at the end of my stint, where I finally had enough gap where I could just drive the car. It was fun though. I mean, I think everybody I was racing was pretty respectful. I think the folks that are around all know that, this isn't a sprint. We all got to get to the end. So not a lot of crazy too wide going into the bus stop or anything like that. So it was all good.
Well, I was going to say, both of these cars have shown themselves to be pretty tough little vehicles.
That's a great observation too. I did tag the wall there coming out of the last turn several times. So we were up to over a minute of repair in this last pit stop. I'm sure some of that got taken care of, but it doesn't seem to be affecting the lap times too much. So we're just, I guess we're conserving the fast repairs.
That makes sense, We're watching the Hungry Geckos vehicle. That Christian Keeler and Federation combination seems to be pretty quick. You guys think you got anything for them?
No.
Think anyone does?
At this point, I don't. I think it's up to them to, not to drive a smart race and maintain their advantage. If I was them, that got to be the number one team that's not rooting for a full course yellow right now.
Yeah.
Are you suggesting that some other teams might be, Andy Kosick?
I'm not saying anything. Just saying it. It would close up the gap. Actually, where we're at right now, I wouldn't either. I'm happy with the field spread out. There's a lot less risk involved. So just let us put in our laps and finish this guy out.
Tell us about how your team came together for these ChampCar iRacing Series Enduros.
Well, I was in the chat in a league session somewhere with Aaron, and I was talking about endurance races, and he immediately said, "I'm down for that." So that's kind of what got this season started, and we figured it would be better with 3. So I've been racing with Lee in a couple of leagues, so I reached out to him and asked him if he would be up for it, and he was, and so here we are. I'm pretty surprised here that I'm the fast driver in this car on this track.
I was gonna say, how's it feel, being faster than a 4,000 iRating guy?
Well, the schedule for ChampCar iRacing Series, especially the Enduros, there's big gaps in between, so it gives me a lot of time to prepare. And that's what you saw today. Is like I spent a lot of time learning how to drive this car, figuring out what the fast lines are, figuring out how to make mid-stint adjustments, and also quite a bit of collaboration with the guys to come up with a setup that we are all comfortable with. And quite honestly, if Lee was the one that said, "Hey, we should try the Porsche," and I'm so glad we did, because I'd driven the BMW M4 GT4 before, and this thing is, to me, just so much better. The turning is way better, in my opinion. Maybe it just suits my style better.
Loose is quick,
Oh, and I hate that. I am not a fan of super loose cars.
Oh,
so yeah. No, not at all. The NDMX5 has gotten to the point where I really can't stand driving it anymore. So when I hopped in this car, I'm like, "Ooh, this is fun. I can work with this." So maybe it's the grannies that help you not get out of control. Maybe it's the downforce in the back. I don't know. But we're definitely not having problems with this car being loose.
Makes sense. We got another taker on the pit lane. That's Corey Barrett in the Speedy Boys yellow car hitting the lane. He's going to take on some fuel. I don't think he's necessarily mandatory for a stop just yet.
What on? Down. Okay, I was about to say, what on earth is happening behind there? But I know what's happening. Cameron Sennhauser has had about 10 minutes of rubber build-up appear at once. So there's probably not a whole lot to see other than, yeah, I kind of wish we hadn't seen that, to be honest. It doesn't add a lot.
Yeah, he's he said he went and did some work trying to get that router situation figured out, but it looks like it has not worked. Reviewing the laps, he's had a few invalid laps again, so looks
maybe
like
he's got some EMI as well.
Yeah. Got to get your setup right, just like you got to get the car prepped, and he goes and takes an early stop and gets Logan Sennhauser back in the car. Interestingly, I'll note we kind of glossed over it when it happened. Maxime Boisvelle in that Heartland Autosport car also took an early stop now 3 laps ago. They only ran 16 on the last stint with Boisvelle in the car, so I'm not sure if that's feels like it's got to be a strategy move, but I'm not smart enough to figure it out quite yet.
Yeah, and seeing as the longest stints we've seen are about 33 laps, 2 stints would be 66, and we're still predicted at like 70 to go, so there is still 2 more stops at a minimum to come from that car. You got any strategy considerations going on there, Andy?
So as long as it stays green and with the fuel consumption here, the strategy is just going to be pretty much on the hours, right? We'll try to double stint. I was able to do it 2 stints, and plan A right now is for Lee to double stint, and so that you get your rhythm going and you can carry it through. But unless we get some full course yellows, it's pretty much going to be on the hour pit stops. I wonder if they had an incident somewhere or something happened with the car, because it seems unusual. Maxime had really good pace.
Yeah, it still does. Running 155 last time by.
When you're in the car and you're looking in the mirror, does the windshield banner read correct?
Yeah, there's bars in the way. I can't see it.
That's a shame.
It's for the best for me. Although I have to admit, I now have a set of tires from that manufacturer on one of my vehicles.
Ooh, and we're seeing Brooks Clayton and that Spinning Boys yellow car hitting the lane again.
Yes, I believe they were either speeding or unsafe exit after the last stop. So Brooks Clayton's gotten in and some mistake has happened. I didn't see if it was speeding or if it was pit exit blend. Either of those would give you a penalty.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't look like he's coming to a stop. Maybe it's stop and hold for a speed? Because he's not up on the jack, so I'm thinking it's something like that. Curious and curious. Anyway, we'll keep an eye on that situation.
In fact, I'm looking at where their pit stall is, and Andy can give us some insight. I might
16.
struggle to speed between that pit stall and the exit.
You know, it is. You can do it.
Okay.
I've in some of the practices, the testing I've done against the AI, I could literally speed from the first stall before I got to the line.
Only 16 seconds stationary, so don't think it was a hold. Maybe they just forgot to set the fuel right? Curious and curious.
Well,
We'll
they
have to
had
see
a
if we-
black flag, so it was for something.
Mhm.
And it wasn't for the incident limit. By the way, no one seems to be bothering that too much, Andy.
Yeah, right. Well, at the beginning of the event, we were talking, my team, and we're like, okay, we each have like 15 incidents, and when I pulled in at the end of my stint, I was at 15. So I used up my portion.
This is a man who knows his credit limit and withdraws that much.
Also, I will say, I don't know if you've seen it in the lap times, but I feel like as the track temperatures have been going up, the lap times have been dropping quite a bit.
Yeah, it's not 2/10, 3/10.
I mean,
We're
it's
sort of
slowing down. Yep.
we're like a second and a half away from kind of where it was in the morning.
Okay. Yep. That makes sense. So, and you just have to be super patient with the throttle, you know, and it just seems like you're waiting forever compared to what you were doing earlier in the race. But you use the relative meter to tell how fast you're going, right? So don't worry about the lap times. If you're closing in on the guy in front of you, you must be doing okay.
Mm-hmm. Hard thing to make yourself do sometimes when you're getting deep in a stint.
Yeah, and not overdriving the car is so hard, especially when you're trying to catch a guy or get away from a guy. You just have to keep that discipline to know your marks and drive them, and that's what got you there. So it'll get you away if you can keep doing it.
Bill Salen's gone, but favorite hot dog toppings?
Oh, relish for sure. Maybe a little stadium mustard.
What's your take on ketchup?
I'm not too fussy. They're all fine. There's several good ones. If you really want to stretch it out, you can put some good barbecue or steak sauce on there, or oh gosh, maybe baked beans. A lot of choices.
Get on board with that last one. We're watching right now. Nathan Bird is trying to get away from Jason Lee behind him as he's overtaken Zach Balthazar in that black Motorworks car. And despite Balthazar's efforts, that has cost Bird a little bit of time, I think. He and Lee are lapping about just a second and a half apart.
Okay.
That's Jason Lee, not Lee Martin. Anyway.
Oh, got you. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to go hop back and join the team here. It looks like we got just a little bit of time for the next stop.
Thanks, Andy. Good luck.
All right. Thanks for the broadcast. Catch you guys later.
So, not going perfectly to plan here for Spinny Boy's machine, as Balthazar Motorworks eventually seed, but it's been a little clumsy. Couple corners in a row there, and some time cost to Spinny Boys Gold as they continue to battle with Quantum Shocks Motorsports, but also Slowed Expectations, Spinny Boys Green, and Heartland Autosport.
Yeah. And it's costly a little bit there. So there are now 2.3 seconds between Bird and Lee. So opening that gap up to about where it was before the traffic got involved. And next up, they'll be coming up on Brooks Clayton, who's out lapping again after that penalty a little earlier on. Got one car on the pit lane. That's Logan Sennhauser. Wonder if they're going to try and do a driver swap one more time. Does look like it. Alex Harrison comes by. Might be nope, Cameron's back in the car. There you go. Alex Harrison's driving up the hill. All by his lonesome. And the cars have spread out at this point in the race. There is, of course, the Hungry Geckos out front, and we've got Sennhauser leaving the pits now. Hungry Geckos out front. Christian Peeler currently piloting that car. Ran a 154.8 last time by. Been a while since we've seen anyone else doing 154s.
Predictive laps say 66 to go, so you could stop here, make one more stop, and you're good. Drive time dependent, obviously.
Yeah, 33 laps. That might, if you do that 2 stints in a row, that might put you over. Oh, and we got a wreck. We got something going on. What's happened to Sennhauser? Oh no, he's just stopped it on the straight. I'm still kind of diagnosing what's going on with that car.
Yeah, you and him for the last 3 hours, potentially. Maybe it's Logan streaming using all the bandwidth.
Maybe we'll have to tell Logan to quit streaming so much. Another racer from our round of guests has joined us here. We've got Dakota Knapp in the booth. How's it going, Dakota?
Pretty good. How are you guys?
Well, pretty good. It's been an exciting little race so far.
I'd have to agree.
Your teammate Boisvelle seems to be showing some pretty good pace though at this point in the race.
Yeah, he's way faster than I am. That's for sure. He's the king.
It's always good to have the king on your side.
Yeah, I try to get a little bit of coaching from him here and there, and we kind of jumped in last minute as just something fun to do on a Saturday. But we started off with some good pace, especially in practice, and things happen, and it turns out the way that it turns out.
Yeah. Well, and this thing's pretty far from over still. We're just about on the 2 hours to go mark, but one caution flag, and you guys will be right back on that lead lap.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say that I'm hoping for a caution, but I wouldn't wish that on anybody. But I wouldn't complain.
New livery for the Heartland car this year too.
Yeah, I've been changing it up quite a bit. So this time around, I was like, let's just do something weird and funny. So I was like, chocolate chip cookies, we both love them. So I was like, let's just slap a bunch of chocolate chip cookies all over the place.
We thought it was camouflage the first time around.
Yeah, no, I had the broadcast up and I heard you guys talking about that. I was like, no, I got to message them real quick. It's cookies.
To be fair, that would be camouflage if you were trying to be undetectable in a cookie factory.
Yes, if we're in a cookie jar, we're solid. Everyone else, toast.
I was going to say Oscar the Grouch type scenario here.
Yeah, big time. Cookie monsters for sure on the Heartland Autosport team.
Cookie Monster, that's where we're going.
He's literally
Cookie Monster,
like
it's fine.
the resident of Sesame Street with Cookie in his name.
It's fine.
We only got the reruns of the Sesame Street up in Canada.
Oh, well, see, then that's all forgiven.
BMW versus Porsche. What did the decision come down to on that?
Max and I both hate the Porsche. Very easy.
Interesting. We were just talking with Cossack, and he said it was the clear favorite. What's the difference for you?
Front engine rear drive. I don't know. I'm not a big mid rear engine guy. It's just it feels so much more planted, so much more in control. I'm just a front engine rear drive guy. FR for life. I also I did some drifting back in the day in real life, so it's just super familiar platform for me.
Well, that's good. It's been working good for you, it seems, at least.
Yeah, until I ran out of talent.
I've heard that happens once in a while.
Yeah, once in a while. No, on my I think it was my out lap or second lap, I wasn't used to the track temp being so hot, and so when I looped it, I was just like, okay, true to form, classic Dakota.
Well, you retained just enough talent to avoid the wall, and that's the critical thing. We got Alex Harrison here in the Spinny Boys green car coming in from third place in the pit lane. It's 34 laps they've managed to pull off, which is one of the longest stints we've seen.
Yeah, I ran out of talent just enough to kiss the wall, and that's it caused enough damage. That and the contact in T1 caused enough damage for us to be way down on pace. So that's why we had to come in and do the really weird off-schedule pit. We had to get the damage fixed. We were down way too much on top speed.
Makes sense. We were wondering about that.
But
It's the way the cookie crumbles.
that is the way the
The new saying is going to be, the way the cookie crumples. But
I'll tell you about the time I crashed a VIR if you tell me about the time you crashed VIR.
Oh, okay. All right. So it was last season's official Creventic. So I start the race. All of our stints go fine. Like I spin. We all have our own spin, but we go the entire race. We drop down to like P18 from the first spin. Never had any sort of contact. Never had any wrecks. It was just spins, and we fight our way all the way back up by the end of the race up to P6, P5, I think, and then I'm finishing the race. It's, not even a full stint, and it's pitch black at this point. It's, long race, finishing at the nighttime. And so going down the back straight, I was so distracted with how little I could see. I completely missed the markers on the right-hand side of the track, and just as soon as I got to the top of the hill and I saw the wall there, I was like, oh, God. So I panicked and threw the car sideways and somehow hit the wall parallel, and it was just enough to give us like 8 minutes worth of repairs. But that 8 minutes dropped us all the way back down to 21st or so. And I was like, I felt terrible. I was instantly gutted. I was like apologizing profusely to the team, and they're all just like, "Hey, man, we jumped in here with no plan, no practice, no real shot of winning. Like, it's cool."
That's good. I thought it was a real crash at VIR, so now I'm going to feel a little shameful telling you about the time that I got in the car for my first real race, and it was raining a little bit. I was coming down towards Oak Tree and got squished off the edge of the track at about 4:30, 4 a.m. in the morning. And anyway, it turns out the grass is a little slicker when it's wet, and turned the thing around backward. Broke the vanity panel off the Miata. Luckily, nothing else suffered too much damage.
Nice. NA?
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
I miss mine. I miss mine so much. I don't want another one, but if I could have mine back, I'd love to.
They keep jacking up the prices on the used ones around here, so one day I'll find win a minor 50-50 and purchase myself one.
I have noticed that the overall prices are coming down here in the States. So for a while they were up at like 8,000 or 9,000, and I was like, "You kids are nuts. They're not worth that."
Yeah, someone was trying to sell an NA Miata near me for 14,000 Canadian pesos. That's a
Get
lot.
out of here.
That's a lot of dollars.
It's too many dollars.
Here.
You know how many cookies I could buy with that?
Exactly. Lee Martin in the Slowered Expectations car is hitting the pit lane 2 now. He's running second right now. And we'll see. Maybe Cossack's going to get back in.
Well, we haven't seen Aaron Reed yet, have we?
Well, that's true. So maybe Reed's going to have his turn. Scheduled stop. I would say, 32 laps.
But I don't see any change just yet. Again, they've got plenty of time in this basically minute stop.
I got Lee getting in the car around 2:51:45, so that leaves him another hour clean. What are you guys racing these days now?
In real life, nothing. In the sim, just kind of whatever. I run my own little league, so we're doing GT3s right now. A little KC local group.
Nice.
I haven't touched officials in forever, so
I hear that.
it's just it's not as fun.
Yeah, it's always good to crash all the people you know, right?
Right. That's why when I saw this, it's like, yeah, it's been a minute. And then I went back to look at my brain fart here. I went back to look at who would be ready to go, who runs the BMW, and I was like, oh, easy, Max. Let's go.
Mm-hmm. Lee's feeling brave on those curbs. We've seen some of the Porsches have some issues with those curbs. Is that just your setup work that's kind of fixed it up?
I'm gonna be honest with you. We are running the Endurance low downforce from iRacing.
Always a good choice to go with the baseline.
We don't have anything. We just jumped in.
Good stuff.
It's like I learned as a kid, if you try to make plans, it always goes to crap. So just wing it.
Well, I think Christian Peeler's racing to plan, because this is the third consecutive 32-lap stint for that car, and the second one that Peeler's been a part of as they come down the pit lane in that Hungry Gecko's car. And with under 2 hours to go, they could be doing their final stop here, switching Federation in, and sure enough, Federation's out of the car. Or sorry, Peeler's out of the car and Federation's in.
Yeah, the off schedule is going to be a little funky for us, but we'll be fine.
There's no harm in putting yourself in a position where a caution helps you out. So
yeah. I'm not saying we're going to cause it, but I might.
Oh boy, now you said it on the air. Nah,
I did. Self-inflicted.
spin gate. Spin gate.
Yep.
Actions
Spin gate.
detrimental to ChampCar iRacing.
I'm here to put on a good show. I'm here for the broadcast time. That's it. If I can put on a good show, I'm happy.
Aren't we all?
Yep. Well, I'm going to head back over to team chat. You guys have a nice time. Enjoy the race. And thanks for putting this on.
Cheers. Thanks for joining us.
Take it easy, fellas.
So a pit stop from race leading Hungry Geckos on their normal schedule, change the driver out, and that leaves us with a couple of other cars we expect to pit shortly, like Quantum Shocks Motorsports and Spinny Boys Gold. 31 laps in at this point for the Spinny Boys Gold BMW and 30 laps in for the Quantum Shocks Motorsports Porsche Cayman.
We got Bird lapping in that Quantum Shocks car, doing his second stint. So got to figure that when he hits the lane in a few laps here, it'll be that Gilliland guy getting back in the car.
So there remains just a very small group of drivers that we expect to see that we haven't seen in this race yet. So it's Aaron Reed from Slow Expectations, and it's Giovanni Romano from Spinny Boys Gold. Every other three driver car, we've seen all three drivers. And of course, logic dictates, per the rules, that we've seen both drivers from every two driver car once we were 2 hours into the race.
Oh, and we got one hitting the lane.
Spinny Boys Gold, the 000 with Jason Lee at the moment. Looking for his crew down near the pit out end of the lane.
Gotta think that'll be Lee having a stop there, and I wonder if it'll be the driver change. You said Gio's the last driver for that car?
Yes, indeed. And here he is. So now, much to your delight and rapture, 3 Canadians at once.
Oh, don't worry. I wasn't going to let you miss that. Nathan Bird's coming up on Cameron Sennhauser in that Sennhauser Racing Team Porsche, and making his way around him. Cameron's been in and out of the pits a few times. Seems like he can get a few laps of connection problem-free racing before things start to go wrong. Feels a bit like when you got like a break in a wire for your brake lights or something, and you keep getting black flagged at a real champ race.
Spinny Boys Gold out of the lane into 6th place. Still with Quantum Shocks Motorsports that need to pit in front of them, but only them. Here goes Spinny Boys Gold back into the race. 20 or so seconds behind their teammates in Spinny Boys Green. Quantum Shocks Motorsports, Nathan Bird onto pit lane as it's the end of their run.
Yeah, that could be, like we said, that could be the stop where they put Gilliland back in. Enough time that Bird could do another one, though.
Yeah, you got some options there. You've reached this point where your final stop is going to be a little bit short. So you absolutely can put a driver in now to go to the end if you want. I don't see a change just yet. Might be Bird staying for the moment. Heartland Autosport go through into second. Spinny Boys Green are coming around the end of the lap, and they will go through as well, as will Slow It Expectations, just 3 seconds behind that. And there's still more fuel for Quantum Shocks Motorsports Porsche. And they'll be relatively near to Spinny Boys Gold at the end, I think. Here they go. Spinny Boys Gold are onto the pit straight, but not right in behind.
It's been a good day of racing out here so far. It's kind of fun when you get an endurance race that, you know, it feels a little old school. There's no cautions, a little bit of action, a few spins. But you get to see the raw pace really decide. The raw pace and the raw consistency decide who's going to win this one, and we'll see what that boils down to. An hour 45 left now.
Track temperature watch. There's a bit of cloud about, and it's actually dropped a tiny bit from its headiest heights of about 117. Still not particularly kind to the tyres. And there are a lot of sort of medium speed and really loaded corners around here that will eat through the tyres as well. Turn 1 up through the S's, getting a bit airborne over the bus stop, through the carousel, and then of course all the parts of the boot here as well.
Yeah, air temp's getting higher, but 73 now, but track temp's dropping. Dupuis in that Spinny Boys green cars pushing it pretty good. He's going down into turn 1, but using every bit of the track on the exit of the last corner.
And there's Slow It Expectations just behind as well. Battle for the top 3. Thinking about what happened in the last ChampCar iRacing Series Team Enduro, was won by Team Huge Ass, but Hungry Geckos were second, Spinny Boys Gold were fourth, and Slow It Expectations were seventh. So when you tally up the 2 best results with 2 races completed, there's a few teams that will sit quite well if it finishes how it does now. And there's a few teams from that first race not present here, and the few teams present now weren't at the first race. But that's no drama for those teams, because we have 3 Team Enduros. Your best 2 results count, and then we have the 4th, which will then pay its own prize, but also determine a season champ, with your best 2 results added to your result in the 4th race.
Yeah, it'll kind of mirror the championship, national championship format that we see in the regular ChampCar series. So if you want your most authentic ChampCar experience, the endurance racing or the Enduro series is really the place to be.
And it's all designed so that there's never a bad time of the year to join the ChampCar iRacing series. We just drew the prize from the first 4 rounds. Well, the next 4 rounds start now with the race at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, June 5th in the ChampCar iRacing series. So forum.champcar.org got all the information if you want to come racing with us on iRacing in the ChampCar iRacing series. Okay, never a bad time to join. and the 5th of June would be a great opportunity. Then we roll on to Sebring and Barber in the 1 hour races. Next Team Enduro's Toyota GR86, 10th of August for that third Team Enduro and the Team Enduro final. It's these cars again at Road America on the 13th of October. And then there's a handful of other races that you can join that are on the Wednesday night for a 1 hour race. Then also these longer races on a couple of select weekends throughout the year. Forum.champcar.org.
Well, I was going to say it's important to note that the Endurance Series is good to join anytime because, there's 250 champ bucks on the line every time. And in the Sprint Series, you don't have to be fast to win. Well, maybe to win the races, but not to win the prizes, Just show up, have a good time, do at least 50% of the laps, and you get entered in the draw. So lots of good fun to be had out there. Lots of opportunities to get racing or make racing cheaper. Season-long points in the ChampCar series are they updated? This is a good question. Got
If you
three
look in-
different winners.
Yeah, if you look in the iRacing League right now, because it's your best 9 of 12, it's currently best 10. It's currently dropping a few, and that kind of plays havoc this early in the year. You have to manually tally it up, which won't be necessary later in the year.
Yeah, 3 different winners though through the first 4 races. Sorry, 4 different winners through the first 4 races. So should be a pretty competitive season for all of us. Speaking of competition, we got a little bit of competition for fastest lap all of a sudden. Joe Romano's gotten out on track in that Spinny Boys Gold car, and despite the fact that Federation and the Hungry Geckos are going into the outer loop and are nearly a lap ahead, Romano's been quicker than them the last few laps. Run a 54.2 this time by. Geckos ran a 54.7. So we might see that Spinny Boys Gold car making some ground up in the next stint here. We'll keep an eye on those gaps for you. The Spinny Boys green car of Dupuis is being chased down a little bit by Lee Martin in the Slower Expectations car too. So that's a gap that's closing up now down to 1.7 seconds. And Lee just running a few tenths of a second faster on average. So another one where we'll see if that gap continues to close. And this overcast period is really doing a lot to the track temp. We're down 10 degrees now, 110 Fahrenheit. So the cars are all getting a little quicker out there. Which driver's reacting quickest to try and change what they're driving?
We're going to find out how the iRacing Endurance baseline setup for the BMW M4 handles that for Heartland Autosport. And maybe quite a few other teams. We don't know. They haven't told us.
Yeah, will be an interesting one.
So battle still going back and forth between Slowered Expectations and Spinny Boys Green. Just a couple of tenths this way, that way, back and forth between them. And you can start to look towards the final stop of the race now for a lot of these teams and say things like, well, hang on, Spinny Boys Green stopped 2 laps earlier than slowered expectations. The final pit stop is going to be a bit longer for Spinny Boys Green than slowered expectations you would expect. So then you look at a gap like this and you go, that final pit stop could be a little bit interesting, and how some of the fuel saving like 3 hours ago in this race has a very long lead time before it starts properly putting you in an advantageous position.
But it will be, I'm not sure how it pans out, but Lee Martin will be getting out of the car for that final stop. So what does Dupuis? He could probably go to the end, I think. Double checking my notes. I've got him, getting in the car with 1:58 to go. So he could go all the way to the end. Oh, and he's had a moment there, has Dupuis. Ran wide at the inner loop. Cut the grass. Car's still straight. He might have taken a slowdown for this. We'll watch it. He comes up the hill, turns in, and as he turns right, he gets the usual amount of curb, but it doesn't want to come back left. And so he takes the safer route, cuts the corner, but that's cost him 7/10, and now he and Lee are right in it.
It's like he hit the motocross jumps just right. The thing got way airborne off the first curb. Just as it landed, it hit the second one, and sort of the rebound double bounce on the trampoline sort of thing took in, and he was so airborne, no tires on the ground turning, that it then pushed wide in the middle because of the way that the rebound leapt even higher off the second curb.
Yeah, that was a big bump. But we might get an on-track overtake here
Between Balthazar Motorworks and Spinny Boys Yellow, we just might.
Those two are
2.2 seconds quicker last lap for Brooks Clayton in Spinny Boys Yellow, and immediately he shows the nose down the inside of the toe of the boot and pretty tidily gets to that apex, gets in front. Bit of a slide on the way out, not perfect, but he's a couple of car lengths clear coming off the corner, and by the time they work to the braking zone heel of the boot, Spinny Boys Yellow and Brooks Clayton are up into 7th.
Yeah, Balthazar gives it up pretty easily there. They're still racing for position with that yellow car. It's fun how in the ChampCar series there's always someone to race with, right? You always got another car on track that's around the same pace as you. Got to think that Zach will be getting out of the car at this next stop too. He got in with around 3 hours 2 minutes remaining, so he'll probably trade the car back to his teammate Bill Woods for the final stop.
I imagine Bill Woods is what would happen if Bill Gates got bitten by a radioactive golf player.
I was going to say Bill sailing on a camping trip. No?
Yeah, okay.
We've gotten deep into the puns at this phase of the race. Now Lee's gotten a little closer, but hasn't really managed to stay within that 1 second kind of drafting range of Dupuis. That BMW drive off the corner has been really hard for these Porsches to overcome. The cooler weather, though, might make a difference. We got overcast again, 110 degrees Fahrenheit on the track. And both of these guys are actually running about a half a second a lap faster, at least last time by, relative to Heartland Autosports, Maxime Boisvelle. So we'll see if that continues, especially if they start to tangle.
way better with the curbs that time as well. It's just a sort of a weird synchronization that he had before, that just the timing of one bump into the next flung him well airborne.
Yeah, full droop is a dangerous place to be in a race car.
Mm.
.8 seconds now between Martin and Dupuis.
And just a couple seconds behind them is the Quantum Shocks Motorsports Porsche of Nathan Bird, again, who stayed in at the last stop. And around about that same time, Giovanni Romano got into Spinny Boys Gold for his first laps of the race. And he is slowly and relatively steadily, it looks like, closing in on Quantum Shocks Motorsports. So you can see the gap there. It says maybe he didn't nail, Romano might have not nailed the final corner, but from about the apex of turn 1 up the hill, we'll see what the number says.
Yeah, still taking 7, 8, 9 tenths out of the driver ahead there too. So that one might get close and get over real quick. Lee Martin's had a little moment and has lost some time now to Matthew Dupuis in that car ahead. I think he just got a bad run out of the final corner, and it really kind of cost him. Did it out of the last corner and then did it out of the 90 too, and just couldn't keep gaining. I'm sure both cars will attempt and overtake at exactly the same time in different points on track. That's usually how it goes for us.
They can't be too far apart because there's only 12 seconds, 11-ish seconds across all of it. Throughout all this time, your third, fourth, fifth, sixth have been quite equal on overall pace, and they're really not that far behind Heartland Autosport either, who we know are going to either need an extra stop or a longer stop or something there. So while Hungry Geckos have been near unmatchable since the get-go, it's the rest of that field, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, that we've spoken to a few of the drivers from a few of those teams and go, yeah, I mean, it's really close. Andy Kosick also agreeing that, even amongst all this green flag running, they've been right in these battles, and they're hoping to find themselves with that once again with Lee Martin driving.
Lee Martin driving up the hill now is within that 1 second. He's going to be sipping on a little bit of that slipstream. So too is Gio Romano, I think. He's, I guess 1.1 seconds back as they go up the hill this time. Romano showing off that BMW's monster truck characteristics as it goes over the curbs. That's how they like to do it.
Certainly gains a little bit through there. What about through the boot? Dives in on a narrow line, but then really hooks the curbing and the apex through there in the BMW.
6 tenths back. He might get a run this time out of the lace, or the toe rather.
Heartland Autosport trying to lap Sennheiser Racing Team as well at the same time. So again, 9 cars running, 6 of them worth looking at right now as they're separated by very slim margins.
Why not? Why not? Lavelle's made that pass stick on Sennheiser with a little bit of help, I think.
Yeah, that was a very, very minimum of fuss. That's over. So it's the two other battles to roll on here. On board with Spinny Boys Gold in 6th, looking forward at 5th place, the Quantum Shocks Motorsports Porsche. And 9/10 taken once again, and you reach sort of strike range here. Third gear gives way very quickly to 4th gear in this BMW, revving that all the way out before finding 5th coming up the hill, and then the remainder of these gears are way too long to be all that useful. I've gone on about it a couple times, to be honest, but
Yeah.
it still annoys me. Like, there is 7 gears and only 3 of them are ever useful.
You know, you wouldn't want to carry around an extra 100 pounds of gears. Oh, wait. Gio, though, carrying the distinction of Knapp said he didn't do a lot of official races, I think it was, or maybe Cossack, but Romano definitely does. 6,500 I rating. He's got the highest rating in the session, and he's going to see if he can use all that practice for something productive here. Bird pushing really hard into the corner. Real hard on the exit, using all the track. Romano's got to run, though. He's looking up the inside, and as they come over the crest, Romano's gaining, and Bird lifts, I think, and gives him the spot. Minimum of fuss, and maybe Bird's thinking, hey, I bet you I could hook onto this guy's rear bumper and maybe catch up to some of these other guys. Hour and 26 minutes remaining in the race. That's a consideration.
Certainly had the opportunity to defend that more than he did. It was a very deliberate choice to let it go quite clearly, both in not defending the inside, but then in how early he went to break for the heel of the boot, letting Spinny Boys Gold through into 5th place. They are 8 seconds behind Slowered Expectations, who are still hunting Spinny Boys Green.
Doing their usual. Now about 8/10 back is Lee this time as they cross the top of the hill.
The accordion
Top of
is
the S's.
starting to squeeze together here, is what I think the point I'm getting at.
Yeah, I'm feeling like, especially with the differential in pit stop length that these folks are going to have for this final stop, we might get a 4-way battle for the back half of this podium.
And right now, it's actually all in order. Quantum Shocks Motorsports have got the most fuel, followed by Spinny Boys Gold, followed by Slowered Expectations, followed by Spinny Boys Green. So the further they are up the road here, in amongst these 4 cars, the more fuel that they're going to need to take at their next stop. So that closes it a little more too.
Yeah, the intrigue's getting a little clearer out in front of them too. They might be battling for a 3rd spot right now, but Maxime Boisvel is going to have to take 2 stops to get to the end. He'll have to do 1 in about 4 laps here, 5 maybe, and take on some fuel for the end of the race and make a driver change too. And then I suspect he'll have to make 1 more splash and go at the end because they're on that little alternate strategy after taking that damage earlier in the race. Lee now within 6/10. He'll have that big bite of that draft all the way down the straight here.
And there comes their teammate, and there comes Quantum Shocks Motorsports as well. So now you can look down the front straight and see 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th.
It's the best part of a road race here. Lee's starting to put some pressure on Dupuis ahead. Got the momentum. Don't know if I would want to try the pass here at this point. We've seen a lot of failures into the inner loop. And he doesn't. He's going to keep on sucking up behind him.
BMW M4 has 6 cylinders and 4 exhaust tips. Make that make sense.
Guessing it's a 3-into-1 on each side. pulling an exhaust pulse out. That makes sense in my brain. It might be a 2 to 1 or 2-2-1, but I think it'd be a 3-1. We had a Formula V that we were tinkering around with a little bit that had it was a 3-1 manifold that was very, very pricey, very shiny looking, that we bolted on, and then it didn't make much of a difference, but you know, it was shiny and it was pricey.
Okay.
We all know it doesn't matter on the BMWs anyway. They just pipe in the music of the engine into the cockpit anyway, right? Still got the sound resonators on these ones, you think?
Well, I mean, one of the good features that they had for quite a while was setting the music volume to be dynamic, so that when you floor it on an on-ramp, you don't drown out whatever you were playing on the Bluetooth.
Yeah, my cheapo Volkswagen's got that too, so. Oh no!
Curbing and around and into the Armco. Spinny Boys green. Not too much damage done there, but slow at expectations. Go through into third place. Quite a bit of time lost from Spinny Boys green, and it's as they came through the laces, the outside tyre, wrong side of the curb, touched the grass, sent them into a slide, just the wrong side of the curb.
Oh man, and you see it, he gets that tire on the full throttle, and it's barely a tickle on the rear bumper. He gets pretty lucky to get away with that one. But did they really get away with it? Because now Gio Romano's only 3 seconds, 2 3/4 seconds behind him. And Quantum Shocks hasn't been able to hold on to Gio's pace, but if they start slicing and dicing up ahead, I bet you Nathan Bird's right up in that battle.
Well, it's definitely trend breaking at Spinny Boys Gold, because the last lap for Giovanni Romano was the car's best of the race. Everyone else's best of the race was somewhere in the first stint.
Yeah, Gio's run a 53, the first one of those we've seen in a while. No, sorry, 54.3. Best one of those we've seen in a while.
But if you look at the best lap column, that lap was the lap.
That lap. Yeah, 53.8 the lap before. So the first 53 we've seen in a long time. Man, I just got a lot of respect for the iRacing pace car driver. He's been sitting idling there for 3 hours, 40 minutes now. Hasn't moved a muscle.
You reckon he's got in that sedan?
I'm thinking like 10-inch subs, 2 alternators, 40,000 watts, something like that. This really cranks it. Dupuy hasn't given up. He had that little moment, but he's staying there. He's staying right there with Lee. That Porsche cuts a slightly smaller hole through the air than the BMW does. Lavelle is just pushing it on his in-lap here. He might have one more to go, but he's working really hard out there. Took a lot of curb through the inner loop this time. Keep our eyes on the battle, but
Yeah, ahead of all of this, Heartland Autosport still running second place. And Hungry Gecko is leading 75 seconds at the moment. You still have your top 6 cars on the lead lap relative to the Geckos.
And the Geckos aren't that far off the back of this second, third, fourth battle pack. Or sorry, third, fourth, fifth, sixth little battle. So the leader coming in might be a factor here too as we get down to the end of this race. Ooh, Sennhauser's had a little moment on exiting the toe. He's pulling to the side, letting this battle go by him. I think this was, if I understand correctly, it was Sennhauser's first race coming over from a Gran Turismo background, I think. So, comporting himself pretty well. Understands the rules of the road at least. Sounds like he's going to go do the real road race at the Glen soon. Oh man, they're using all the runoff there. Gio and Dupuis. We got a few cars with big-ish numbers next to their names in the incident column.
Heartland Autosport stop. Guavert out. Dakota Knapp in. I don't think he's going to go 40 laps from here to the end non-stop though. So that puts them in a challenging little spot. It sends this through as the battle for second, third, and fourth.
Gio's lifting, coasting this time through. And I've got news, Haynes. It's a 621 exhaust.
Yeah.
So 621, a big old muffler, and then 4 tips off of it. And apparently the street one has cutouts as well. When I win that lottery, I'm gonna buy me a car with cutouts. Maybe with just like a side exhaust, you know.
I'm going to buy a Haynes 32 inland cruising houseboat made by the good people at Haynes Marine in the UK.
Oh, now I've got to go see if there's anyone making Devon or Peter's mobiles for me to own.
They make Peter's ice cream.
No, you know the worst version of this is they got, if you translate my name in French, Devon means let's all, and pété means fart. So you know,
fantastic. Well, speaking of 6 into 2 into 1 and muffled, down the inside goes one spinny boy. Down the inside goes the other spinny boy. Lee Martin goes from second to fourth by the looks of things. Dupuis through. Romano follows likewise up the hill.
Romano putting on a clinic right now. It's very nicely done. Lee's going to get a big draft here, though. It doesn't look like he wants it. And he is lifting and coasting a lot more than these guys. Curious.
Back down the hill in the boot. We've seen a few what looked like slightly orchestrated spinny boys moves previous. It's not happening just yet. Out of the toe, a good run for Spinny Boy's goal. Giovanni Romano looks down the inside towards the heel. and we'll get that on Spinny Boys Green.
Team on team action.
It wasn't that dramatic. Like it was like, oh, is it coming? Was it gonna happen?
That was a nice little move. But now the real question is, so Heartland's out, running they just finished their out lap. And the Spinny Boys are about halfway through their stint, a little better. So it'll be curious to see how long these final stops end up being. So that's going to do a lot to this whole thing. The Geckos are still holding on to a sizable lead. It's now up to 144 seconds between themselves and the Spinny Boys Gold. So nearly a lap. They're coming up the hill right now. And that's 5th place is just going into the inner loop. That's Quantum Shock Motorsports. And then the other group of 3 is in the outer loop. So
looks pretty dramatic right now, doesn't it?
Yeah, we might. What is it? A skunking when the leader laps everyone? Because they might have that on.
Well, there's a pantsing in like pool or billiards or whatever. Perhaps even in snooker, I don't know. Well, Romano's not going to stick around to help the green car. He is gone. So Dupuis back on his own versus Lee Martin here. 24 and 22 laps into the stint. This could still go on for another 10.
Yeah, I think the Spinny Boys team has given Gio the 7,000 plus go like hell sign.
I should watch that film again. It was pretty good. Wide through turn 2 is unusual. Therefore tight, potentially slow through turn 3, but Lee Martin's off his normal line. This isn't a quick way for these guys to go about it.
Dupuis and Martin here too. Dupuis, he could finish the race. I think Martin will have to take a stop here. He's been in the car coming up on an hour 45, something like that, and so that means Cossack might go back in. Oh, and he's run wide. That's Dupuis run wide on the exit, and Martin's gonna have a run here. Dupuis makes a move right, but not all the way to cover it off, and Martin's overlapping in the braking zone. He shoots real deep in, parks it, and the over-under might still be in play, but it's going to put Dupuis on the outside, and a little bit of door banging, a little bit of contact there. And the second over-under, and now Dupuis is going to have the inside for this left-hander. And this is a tough corner to do too wide. Like the inside guy, and yeah, sure enough, Dupuis is going to hold that position, take it back. Anyway, Martin's going to have to get out of this car at some point, and Cossack probably going to go back in.
I think based on the lap times, it stands to reason that the maximum drive time in green conditions is about 62, 61 laps. So between Martin now on 56 completed and Nathan Bird on 52, completed. They're approaching somewhere around that threshold, but they'll cross the point where one stop will get them to the end before the drivers currently in the cars run out of drive time, by the looks of things, in those two circumstances. So their strategy has a very narrow window for the final pit stop, but it remains open.
One other piece of this puzzle is flicking into the back of the shot here and there, and that's Nathan Bird in that Quantum Shocks Motorsport car. He's starting to enter the picture here in this podium battle. He was two seconds a lap faster than those guys last time by, so he's making up ground at this phase. Now those two battling is definitely helping him out, but
yeah, going side by side through three corners will do it.
But the leader is not too far out of the picture behind him as well, so they might be fighting to stay on the lead lap sooner than later. Of course, yellow flag rules here. If someone writes car off or needs tow, we throw the yellow flag. And being on the lead lap means you don't have to take a wave around to regain your lap, IMSA style. So staying on the lead lap through this last phase of the race is pretty important in case something untowards happens.
Critically, if something untoward happens after the leaders already made their final stop, which could come soon. Laps Predictor has us at 35 more to get to the checkered flag. Well, 32, 33, 34 has been possible. Spinny Boys Yellow are stopping now, so I don't know, maybe they plan to drop off another lap between now and the end. Clayton comes in. I don't know. We'll see. Based on when they exit the pit lane as well, which is still a minute from now.
I don't think Yellow had much choice. They were 33 laps into that stint, about as long as we've seen them go. 34 actually, in fact. Corey Barrett's hopping in the car for the final stint, presumably.
So it all means that the only driver we haven't seen is Aaron Reed. Okay, that was wide. That was off the grass. That was just a little kiss from Nathan Bird, really starting to hot it up.
Yeah, Bird's pushing. That's going to be a little battle there. Up the hill. These Porsches, they draft like crazy. Bird's really good under brakes, too, into turn number one.
Real trick to braking late, but still making the car turn down to the apex. And it is down to the apex there at turn one with a bit of camber. Just the right amount of curb helps the car rotate with a lot of speed. And if you get wide of it and you don't get that curb, it doesn't rotate you. But if you get too much of the curb, you bounce. So there's a fine art to how you get that curbing as well as the inner loop.
Off camera, Dakota Knapp's been maintaining a pretty solid pace, very consistent 55.5 kind of region. He might have something to play in this yet, though we expect him to be in it once these stops happen and then have to take a splash and dash before the end. Splash and dash, splash and go, one of those words.
Got another great look at how the suspension bouncing in the BMW works, and it's kind of like how there's a periodicity to the bounce, and you strike the second curb just at the wrong time, you compound the energy in the system, like how with very little force but just applied a couple of times and in the right rhythm, you can get a very large slosh going inside of a bathtub. It's kind of like that. Bird has had a really good run out of turn one, and once again we're going up through these S's flat out when you're on the right line, and I don't think Lee Martin intends on defending it much. He's offering up the inside line that Nathan Bird doesn't want to take until right at the point that he can pull out of the toe. He's also trying to stay close with Spinny Boys Green and Dupuis in that car.
Interesting to see Martin pull away like that, pull to the side. He has 27 laps on his tank. Bird's done 23. Maybe Martin's think save a little bit of fuel at the end of the stint here, try and shorten that stop up a bit. Not sure. It's a stupid observation, but nonetheless, iRacing all-time car suspension bounce simulator. I don't think there's a
cars looking like they're actually experiencing G-forces for one. There's some things where like, the ABS feel is better, the brake feel is more realistic, okay, or like the screenshots look better, okay, but I have never seen any other platform where the pitch and bounce and roll of the cars looks like they're actually experiencing the curbs and G-forces. Here comes the pit stop for Lee Martin. We are approaching 1 hour left in the race. Balthazar Motorworks is also on the lane with it looks like Bill Woods getting in the car. We'll have to wait till Lee Martin gets further down to see, is Aaron Reed getting in here? I don't think per any of the laid out rules it actually would be a disqualification if Aaron Reed didn't drive, so long as the drivers who did obeyed the drive time.
Yeah, Reed's in the session and he's in the car though, so he's going to get his shot for the final stint here. Maybe they saved the best for last. You never know.
We've got 59 minutes, 55 seconds to work it out inside of the final hour of the ChampCar iRacing Watkins Glen 5 hour. A points and prize paying round of the ChampCar iRacing Series, and a great way to really get in the Watkins Glen spirit.
Yeah, go drink 5 beers and post a sign up on your wall that says Seneca Lodge, and you're basically all the way there too. Oh, actually no, I think you have to shoot the pictures into your wall with an arrow. Up the inside with an arrow is Nathan Bird. He's got this move. They're giving each other a healthy amount of space. Dupuis going to get the run. The two of them are fighting. Dennis Federicin's in the back. That's the leader of the race. He's having a hell of a race, it must be said. That Hungry Geckos team. Bird's not going to have quite enough to get it done. Dupuis is going to hold him off one more lap.
Thought maybe the outright leader was flashing their headlights, but they were just catching the sun as it's now at a 2:30 p.m. position, potentially beginning to provide a little more relief than the very middle of the day, the noonday sun, and also some clouds, a bit more cloud rolling along, I think. Here we go with a defense of the inside from Spinny Boys Green. Bird is going to have to go way around the outside if they stand any chance here, and they don't. So Spinny Boys Green keep their spot and now do have the leader, the outright leader, much, much closer. Out the toe of the boot, the first driver who'll have to think about making way is Nathan Bird in the Quantum Shocks Motorsports Porsche. Don't want to wait too long on it, and they don't want to give up too much time as they still think they can hunt Spinny Boys green. This is on board with your race leader. A little bit more traffic in what's otherwise been a relatively clean sailing run for them. 7 minutes to go. They could always just opt to pit. Yeah, okay. I suppose. Why not? Why take the risk when you sit upon such a large time advantage that you've built up over the previous 4 hours? Means it can be battle on Spinny Boys Green and Quantum Shocks Motorsports. Up over the hill, but Nathan Bird's a little bit further back. Driver change at Hungry Geckos. Dennis Federation out. Christian Peeler, who started the race, I think qualified that car, and has then swapped back in, out, and now back in for his third time. They have kept their strategy just deceptively simple, and it seems to be working for Hungry Geckos at the moment, making what they expect to be their final stop. Tyres are done, and now it's just the fuel to get them to the end. Peeler's third stint of the race begins. With Spinny Boys Green and Quantum Shocks Motorsports, it's close. Once again, it was very close coming out of the boot. A couple car lengths in it now. Bird, once again, seems quite good on the brakes in towards turn one, as if maybe that's his strength. But it's an exit out of there and flowing the speed up the hill that is going to be absolutely critical if to make a pass. I think this is probably Spinny Boys in lap, though, looking at their lap count. This is lap 34 of the run.
And Spinny Boys isn't cutting him any slack. He's holding that inside line. And this Porsche, as we've seen, just not quite as good. Oh, and Spinny Boys takes all 4 tires off on the exit. I think we've determined that that's just an off track, not a slowdown through there. But yeah, not given anything is the Spinny Boys car. These two are stuck together. One more time. If you're Bird and you're feeling faster, oh, he's going to have a run here up the hill. Spinny Boys feels it and covers it. Now, if you're Bird, you're light on fuel, you want to get your move on, and you got this big old Beamer in front of you. It's got to be so frustrating.
High chance the big old Beamer pits, and it does.
It was awkward crossing over here. Well executed by Bird.
I think it was telegraphed pretty clearly in advance. And Spinny Boys Green hit the lane, also aiming for their final stop of the race.
So now the question is how long is the stop? How much does he lose relative Heartland behind, relative slower to expectations behind? Aaron Reed is out there running some laps in the slower to expectation cards, as is Dakota Knapp in that Heartland Autosport car. He'll be the first measuring stick, is Dakota, as he comes around the last few turns here, the left and the right. Time's ticking away, and Harrison's on the move. No, he's not. He's not. I lied. Timing screen lied to me. Harrison's down off the jacks. And Knapp is well and truly into turn number 1 before that Spinny Boys green car is even thinking of moving. And just now they pull away. So Spinny Boys green is going to have to make up whatever that is. That's 15, 20 seconds. No, sorry. 18 seconds. But we do expect that the Heartland Motorsports guys are going to have to take one more stop before the end.
Yeah, probably a short little gulp of fuel, but the 40-mile-an-hour pit lane speed limit means that just the time from the in cone to the exit cone is approaching 30 seconds. I think it's about 28. And then you add on top of that how much fuel you need. And that's kind of the amount of gap that Spinny Boys Green is... Sorry, Heartland is going to need over anyone for them to be able to defend their position.
Nathan Bird's coming up on some lap traffic here, making a move on Sennhauser as he comes up over the hill. Sennhauser's going to give him the grace of a lapped car. Sennhauser team's been battling through issues all day. But we're seeing some consistent laps from Sennhauser now. I think he might even get a full stint in by the end of this thing.
They did something, apparently, to try to help Cameron Sennhauser's issues. Probably not the hammer that I think Bill Salen suggested.
I could feel our producer cringing at the thought of a hammer being applied.
My understanding is the more you know about IT, the more you actually do want to hit things with hammers every now and again.
Yes, you're right, actually. I take it back. Watching Gio Romano come off the final corner in that 000 Spinny Boys Gold entry. Didn't seem like it was going to go gold for them, but he's now out lapping. Lap 31 for that car as he crosses the line this time, and he's been quick for the last little while. He's 53.9 last time by. Leaders were at 55.0. He's gaining ground, but I think that 74 seconds is going to be out of reach, especially once he hits the pit lane.
Quantum Shocks Motorsports in. They're hitting the pit lane. Nathan Bird. Final stop.
I think we are expecting Bird to have a change here.
Like that, to Andrew Gilliland to see it out for the number 7 Porsche.
Actually, Bird pushed that all the way. That was a full 2-hour stop, and was in the lane when the clock ticked over after that stint. So now Gilliland's hopping in the car to close things out.
We see the Heartland BMW go through.
Yeah, Knapp driving up the hill. critically looking like 17, 18 seconds between himself and Quantum Shock Motorsports. Probably needs closer to 35, 40 to be amongst them. Now only 16 seconds now once things stabilize. Another one in the lane. That's Gio Romano in the Spinny Boys Gold car hitting the lane. 32 laps. Regular stop. This pit crewman's looking a little short there. Missing his ankles. And the Hungry Geckos carry on. Christian Peeler piloting that car to the end. And it's been damn near a perfect race for those guys. What do we got? 2, 3, it's up to 7 incidents now. So they've put the tires off a few times, but that's about all you could say about how that race has been going. Gio about to drop off the jacks here now and come out of the pits. And Heartland Autosport's going to hit the lane. I'm a little worried. Why are they hitting the lane? Oh, they're getting their refueling. Yeah, well, it's still early, but I guess they've decided to do it sooner than later. Get the last stop out of the way. That pit entry has me worried, though. He may have put all 4 tires over. We'll see what the iRacing steward thinks of that. Watch it here. He comes out of the boot. Left-hand turn. You got to stick right.
You don't.
Line. Don't you?
Not here.
Okay. Well, then he might.
Pit exit is the pit exit is more unforgiving.
We'll see. So Knapp's out the lap, and they needed the fuel, so that was a 15-second stop for fuel. He's behind slower expectations, the 5th place car, who we expect to go to the end. And behind most of the rest of the lead pack. So it'll be a chase now for the car there, for the Heartland Autosport car. Aaron Reed's going to do his best to fight him off. Reed's been in the car running consistent laps. Best one so far is 55.9 for Reed.
So with the exception of the Sennhauser Racing team, everyone has looked to have made their final stop inside of the final hour now of the ChampCar iRacing Watkins Glen 5 hour. And nice of Heartland to just tidy that up for all of us a little early rather than saving it for the final 15 minutes or so. I don't know what's optimal strategy, but it lets them know where they're at, which is 5 seconds behind slowered expectations, 13 seconds behind Spinny Boys Green, and a couple more behind Quantum Shocks Motorsports, if that's what they're going to try to do. And Spinny Boys Gold look pretty good now that they're back in the race and in second, and 27 seconds ahead of 3rd place.
Yeah, Spinny Boys Gold is basically only looking forwards at this point, I think. Hoping for a chance to give those geckos a race. I'd be less optimistic if his Gio hadn't crushed my dreams in so many league races over the years.
And Spinny Boys Gold was the car that finished 4th in the Daytona race as well. So, all things as they are right now, never a certainty, but Hungry Geckos would have a 1st and a 2nd, Spinny Boys Gold would have a 4th and a 2nd. And Lowered Expectations would have a 7th and a 5th. And Sennhauser Racing Team would have a 9th and a 10th. And then Spinny Boys Green, that's probably the other one to look at. 5th and a 9th? 4th and a 9th?
Yeah, I think that's right. Of course, the finishing positions do matter for the big picture. 250 champ bucks going to the winner of this race, and 250 champ bucks going to the winner of the season-long points championship. One drop race in the points, and the points are being calculated not like points, but like finishing positions. Lower numbers win, and so what's the average of all your finishing positions? Right now, Hungry Gecko's making their case for that, and we'll see if anyone's able to challenge them. Of course, they can only carry 2 of their first 3 races into that final round, so we'll have to see what the championship holds. We're following along with Cameron Sennhauser, who's in the middle a little bit. He's got Dakota Knapp and Heartland Autosport behind him and catching really fast in the inner loop. And Sennhauser catches sight of them in his mirrors and gets out of the way. Knapp carries on. And Knapp is doing his damnedest to chase down Aaron Reed. Has his work cut out for him, though. He's got a little bit of pace on Reed, about a second a lap. But we have seen that it's a little tough to overtake around Watkins Glen here. Alex Harrison might also be in consideration, though Harrison only 0.7 of a second slower last time by, and a little closer on average to Alex, rather Knapp. And the other sort of big battle is going to be what happens with the Quantum Shock Motorsports guys. Are they going to be able to hold off Harrison and the Spinny Boys as we come through 40 minutes to go? Do they have the pace?
It's another 157. The previous lap a 157. That the lap just now a 157.
And last time by for Harrison was a 55.9. So he's gaining ground. Now I'm counting about a 4-second gap, almost right on the nose between those two right now. But just because you can get to a guy doesn't mean you can overtake a guy, and Gilliland will be depending on that if that's all the pace he's got. And you get a real clear look at the scoop and bouncing of that Porsche across the curbs here at Watkins Glen.
I think Heartland will get to Lowered Expectations first, though.
Agreed. He's got his sights on him now. We are looking at a 1.3 second gap into the laces this time. And closing. Trail braking becomes really important in these cars. Just gotta get the nose down, get him churning. I feel like we're seeing Knapp kind of dragging that brake just a little bit longer. Keeping the weight on the front wheels and getting that car moving. And the cookies are approaching. Aaron Reed might wake up in the morning going, "Got milk?" if Knapp has his way.
Here we go. Real solid opportunity. Not only wide, but a bit of a slide from Aaron Reed and lowered expectations. Dakota Knapp takes the Heartland Autosport BMW down the inside. It's quite tactical also how he braked in towards turn one. He didn't want to end up right at the rear bumper of the Porsche. He wanted to make sure he set up a good exit, and as he did that, the car in front ran a little deep, and up into 5th place goes Heartland Autosport and Dakota Knapp.
Yeah, teaching tape that. Had folks struggling to time the run out of that corner all day long. Reed runs it a little bit wide on the entry and pays the price on the exit. And Knapp's got a bit of a gap now. 54.9 last time by for Knapp. That's a quick one for him. His fastest of this stint so far.
Andrew Gilliland seems to have found his rhythm after the 1 minute 57s. He's now matching Alex Harrison's pace, 3rd to 4th. So there were sort of 2 laps there that they really closed towards each other, and now it settles just a little bit.
Well, let's see what this one looks like as we hit the line. We'll get the stopwatch on it. And that's for Gilliland, that's a 56.0, and for Harrison a 55.9. So yeah, I think you're right. Maybe it was just the tires coming in for Gilliland. I wonder if they took some on that last stop.
They did. Maybe it did take a little while longer than usual. This is now lap 7 of the run home for Andrew Gilliland.
Yeah. 132, I think 133 laps complete.
135 complete by the leader, so they're on 136.
Impressive pace by those geckos all day long.
They came up 0.2 of a second short of the win after 4 hours, 24 minutes of racing in the first ChampCar iRacing Series Team Enduro of the year. Mm-hmm. Win or lose, I don't think the margin's going to be 0.2 today.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree. Got a lap on basically everyone in the field, with the exception of the Spinny Boys. And then it's only 3/4 of a lap, you know. Harrison last time by loses a little bit to Gilliland. So that's our 3rd place battle that we're keeping an eye. And a lot of these battles now are timing screen battles. We'll keep showing you the action, of course, but it's watching the gaps, seeing who's got what, where the move is, what the trend is. Ooh. Might become a real battle, though. Gilliland turned into the inner loop that time by and clanged the barrier a little bit. Don't know if it was enough. Don't think it was enough to do any damage, but scuffed the right-hand side of the car. He got so close. Definitely one of the tracks that's on my bucket list, this one. Want to get out here and do some laps.
I got Road America in that company, and maybe Laguna Seca.
Yeah, Laguna Seca would be there too.
Fastest car on the circuit right now is the second place Spinny Boys Gold car. We ride on board with their BMW. That lap just then, another low 154, almost a 154 flat for Giovanni Romano and the Spinny Boys Gold BMW. It's a Porsche that leads the way, though, right now. And the Hungry Geckos have just lapped Balthazar Motorworks there, the all-black BMW. Other cars close together on track at this point in a race that has gone green the whole way, uninterrupted by any safety car intervention. Quantum Shocks Motorsports is third, about 3.5 seconds, 4 seconds ahead of Spinny Boys Green. Seemed to make just a little bit of progress into that margin and then drop back, and it came down from 8 seconds or so, and then it's just sat where it is now for a little bit. But Heartland Autosport, I think with half an hour left, they don't think they're out of this. The pace they've got about a second a lap quicker than the two cars I previously just described, and I love this. You know, you go from one car to the next and it doesn't need to switch camera operator. It just zooms back down the straight and goes, oh yeah, here they are. Here's Heartland in 5th.
Yeah, the Cookie Monster's coming. I have a feeling he's in the region.
It's a Cookie Monster truck as he ran a bit wide out of the outer loop there and got a bit of the pavement, bit of the curbing, but it's tidy the rest of the way.
Yeah. He's running it nice. He's honestly had a pretty good stretch of laps here. Average over the last 5, he's 0.8 of a second faster than the 2 guys ahead. So if he can keep it up, he has a chance to make some stuff happen here.
There's 2 things they say.
Swirly.
You shouldn't trust a commentator's mathematics, and you shouldn't do mathematics live on air. But
I never quit.
there's 14 laps to go. If we say
seconds,
if we say Heartland Autosport are a second a lap quicker and consistently, well, they'll get to Spinny Boys Green at this pace, and once again, the 0.7 quicker, so just underneath a second a lap quicker. They'll get to Spinny Boys. They'd need to get through Spinny Boys Green quickly to get to Quantum Shocks Motorsports if nothing else changes in the relative pace at the moment.
Dakota's making his argument that it's not gonna 54.9 last time by. The other guys were 55.7s. It's a sure thing, Haynes. That's all I'm saying. It's a sure thing.
It's a sure thing. Oh, sure, bud.
It's a reverse commentator's curse word. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, otherwise, driver's pretty spread out. It's a pretty calm part of the race now. We've got the Hungry Geckos leading the race, keeping the pace as they have been kind of all day long. They've got a minute 20 seconds back to second place. The Spinny Boys, currently being piloted by Gio Romano. Third place, and the first car lap down is that Quantum Shocks Motorsport car with Spinny Boys Green, Alex Harrison behind, about 3.75 seconds. Behind that, we got the Heartland Autosport Boys, Cookie Monster car, running their race. And then behind them is the Slower Expectations car of Aaron Reed and Corey Barrett running the Spinny Boys yellow car. And I think Barrett is actually last car on the same lap. So I got that right? Actually, no. First car 2 laps down. Behind him, Balthazar Motorworks 3 laps down. And the Sennhauser Racing Team, I think, retired. Nope, still running. 10 laps down. They've been chasing those router issues all day long. I think they got it all figured out, and I think Cameron's getting some good practice in for his racing debut over at Watkins Glen in a couple of weeks' time. Exciting time of year for the ChampCar series in the real world.
And once again, Heartland Autosport take 0.8 from the 2 cars in front on the laps just completed by Quantum Shocks Motorsport, Spinny Boys Green, and Heartland Autosport. So Dakota Knapp steadfastly refuses to give up in this final run.
Yeah, continuing to push. That was 0.8 seconds again, almost right on the nose. Now only separated by about 5 seconds from Harrison and about 8 from Knapp. About 8 from Gilliland. I will say the real name of the people. So the spring compresses. The drivers return to racing. If you ever wanted to try out the ChampCar iRacing Enduro Series, it's pretty easy to do. Just gotta go check out the iRacing forum on champcar.org. Need to have a steering wheel and pedals to go racing in the ChampCar iRacing Endurance Series, and a subscription to the iRacing service. It's a great tool, I'm not going to lie. I think Haynes and I can both attest to learning a few tracks in the real world from our time on the sim and going and putting those skills to work out on the real world circuit.
I can attest to about 2 occasions not fencing a car that I think I otherwise would have without that instantaneous iRacing muscle memory. So...
I've got a few of those just on my daily driver, much less on the track. Yeah. Seventh place, Spinny Boy's yellow car there we're following along with. Corey Barrett. Upholding the team motto, full of beer, no fear. Oh, and now we're on the Hungry Geckos. They don't have a fun team motto, not the same way.
Maybe they'll teach us something. All of the geckos I know, their mottos are like, oh, I can save you on car insurance, or buy Bridgestone tires or something. So it's not quite as entertaining.
Oh boy, oh boy. Really, truly, though, I'm going to say that I believe in my heart that the ChampCar Series is the way to go if you want to get some real-world track time. It's a great first step for new drivers. It's way fewer barriers to entry than your average sports car club. You don't have to go get a racing license, do a bunch of schools. Just rent some gear, rent a seat, get yourself out on track. Arrive and drives are posted on the ChampCar website on the main page. And you can do cool things like race Watkins Glen in 2 weeks, or Sebring on June 29th. Hit up VIR on August 17th. Mid-Ohio, September 7th. Road America, October 19th. Haynes, you making the trip?
Again soon.
Yeah.
Things are heating up here. Sometimes it does take a bit of heat for a cookie to rise, and yeah, we just saw a little bit of Alex Harrison, I think, running wide at the toe of the boot. It didn't get in, it didn't turn how you'd like. Well, Dakota Knapp is still doing his best. Some laps the second fastest, some laps the third fastest car out on track, and taking a little more out of the cars in front than previously. And it was like 6/10, 7/10, 8/10 a lap. Now Harrison crosses the line and Knapp crosses the line, and it's 8/10 again on that lap. And so he can look forward, and it's not far to see there's another position. So it's still on here with basically 18 minutes, 10 laps left.
Yeah, he's definitely got some pace on the guys ahead. He's now 2.7 seconds back from Harrison. That was 8 seconds at one point. It was 10 seconds at one point. He's been closing it down pretty nicely here. And if you're on board with Knapp, you can see that car ahead, you know, poking out on the straightaways. You can see it getting bigger. You don't need a relative box to know you're winning. You're catching up.
There's always these points at the circuit where, you know, you look up ahead and you see, you know, the cars that you might be chasing, and then the next lap you look at the same place and you're like, oh, hang on, they're a little bit closer. The next lap you look again and you're closer, and you go, oh yeah, this is working out. Same thing, you know, can happen at the kart track. There's just this one place every lap you look and you go, oh, they're a bit closer than they were a lap ago. Oh, I can still see them when I come around this corner. They don't disappear. I can still see them at the final corner when I come through the second to last corner. And you know you're making that steady progress lap on lap. And it should be said, also still making a bit of progress into third place here as well. That is the next car up the road. So you can see 2 spots here from Dakota Nap's BMW.
Yeah, Nap, yeah, he's crushing him in the first sector, if I'm honest. He's making big differences there. We'll see where else he's able to make some ground. It's a nice line there. And how does it feel to be Harrison here? You know, just stressing about the guy right on your heels.
There was, you know, a bit of a question around it before, but now it's a little more of an inevitability at this phase. Spinny Boy's car looked like the rears have given up a little more. It just looked a little more taily through the long loaded corners once you turn in, and the rear of the car maybe not as gripped.
Yeah, definitely not looking as comfortable. These guys were able to tweak the setups a bit, so you know, running a little bit longer might be affecting some cars differently than others. 54.8 last time by Knapp is positively flying relative to these guys ahead. 56.6 for Gilliland. This time maybe a little quicker, we'll see.
And it looks like he's not using as much of the road anymore as well. There's something about Harrison's lines where you then cut to Dakota Knapp and he's all the way out on the exit curb, particularly through the boot parts. Now you're looking 3 car lengths back, less 1 car length back heading up the hill.
Well, Knapp's got the run this time, and he might get it done around the outside. He's going the long way, and he's making it work up the hill alongside and passing Alex Harrison. And Harrison's just got nothing for him.
There you go, Heartland Autosport go to 4th. They get a wild ride across the curb. So do Spinny Boys Green. Both BMWs entering the inner loop at a slightly different line than normal, not striking the curbs quite how they're used to. It does look a little bit of a bull ride there. And it means the next car up the road that Dakota Knapp can set his eyes upon. It's Quantum Shocks Motorsports and Andrew Gilliland, and he's just there, and there is still a lot of race left to close a gap like that, especially as the Porsche runs off the road. Gilliland runs out of grip late on in the corner, slides up and gives just a little bit of a kiss onto the Armco.
Yeah, that's not how you want to do that, but it has followed that Gilliland's struggling a little bit on the exit. And he got it just a little bit wrong there. 2.6 seconds now separating them. 7 laps to go, more or less, once they get to the line. We might have one more pass on for position here.
That across the start-finish line again. HDBC.live has the live timings, but it's these gaps that we're talking about. 1.3 seconds quicker just now on that lap, including a pass for position from Dakota Knapp. They are fired up. Cooled off a little bit in some of the other places. Slowered expectations are sort of away from this battle by about 40 seconds now, but they need not panic because they've got
a lap.
Yeah. And a half?
Well, thereabouts. Either way, it's going to take a calamity to change that.
Yeah, 2 Spinny Boys Yellow and Balthazar Motor Works. And while those two cars are 7 seconds apart, Spinny Boys Yellow are out front and extending it. The quickest car between those two, the majority of the time they've been anywhere near each other. So that's trending away, not together.
Gio Romano's been wheeling as best he can. He's 53.9 last time by and averaging in the 53.8. That's quick, especially for this phase of the race, but it's still only good enough to put him 75 seconds behind the leader at this point. There was a pretty big gap built up already by the time he got in the car.
And look at the increasing cloud cover as well. We went from a high of 117 Fahrenheit track surface temperature. It's 101 now, and I think it's still dropping a little bit as well. So for all of the greasy middle of the race that ate through the tires, it's just maybe starting to tidy up a little bit towards the end. But you can see how much rubber has gone down in some places around the racing line, like here coming up the hill. Everyone's on the same line through the left-hander there, sliding a little bit on the exit consistently and laying down a good chunk of rubber there as well, which, while it can add a little more grip, it does make the cars a little more tail happy as the track grips in like that. Sennhauser Racing Team is the Porsche, and Romano looks to the inside to put a lap on there down towards turn 1.
Gets her done. And we might be looking at another battle here.
And it's the fastest lap of the race too. Okay, those conditions are good, but that was a really solid, really tidy lap from Giovanni Romano. You're right, there's 1.4 seconds, Heartland Autosport to Quantum Shocks Motorsports, and it's for the podium.
Yeah, last step on the podium and points implications all the way. Ohio versus the Great Plains. Gilliland versus Knapp. And, Knapp's looking quick, but, I mean, I heard this guy likes to crash the car at the end of the race. So that's always a factor, too. Under 10 minutes to go.
Wow. Got to follow what Gilliland does, which is just a little move across to the inside.
Sub 1 second. Oh, wow. Knapp's so wide. There is a slowdown available out there if you go wide enough.
I think it also, like some of the slowdowns at Le Mans, it's not just how wide you go out, but where you rejoin. So there's some where you go out wide very shallow, but you rejoin late, you get a penalty, whereas you go out wide, really wide, but you sharply cut back in, you don't get the penalty. It's underneath the second, and it's for the podium.
Yeah, Gilliland ran the regular line. Knapp ran the monster truck line and gained a whole schwack through there.
Real slide on the way in as well. It's downhill. Your brake bias is adjustable. So I've seen a few of these BMWs. It looks like they're cranking it relatively rearwards on the bias to rotate the car on the way in.
Just a thought for you, Haynes. Both of these guys are working with not that many incidents remaining too. So there is a possibility that a penalty could be in play here, especially if there's any contact.
Feels like both of them, when we're looking through turn one on this lap, have reached a point where they've gone, okay, 4 laps left, maybe we can consider spending them a little bit. And of course, to be in that position, you had to have been, careful how you used them early in the race. So it is, well, it's a tactical thing. It does tidy up the track limits a little bit throughout the race on average. You've either got to not do it, or if you do it early in the race, then you don't have it later on, or you drive really tidy for 4 hours and then have it in the bank. That's why to turn one, though, right when Dakota Knapp was starting to get a sniff of it.
Yeah, Knapp's pushing it everywhere, and that time it didn't pay off. Still got to hit the apexes, especially when you're going uphill like this. Gap's now 9/10.
And you think back to the splash of fuel, the Heartland Autosport tyres are actually 35 laps old now.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it's just starting to show a little bit in a couple of places.
He's been using every bit of them, and every bit of the track, and then some. Oh, and he's right up on the rear bumper. 2 car lengths separating them at this point.
Spinny Boys Green still loom in the background, willing to pick up any pieces that might fall. Be it a big mistake from either driver, or that incident limit that doesn't loom too far away, even with just 3 laps left to go. The outright leader crossing start-finish line about now, doing lap times in the 1:53s. Oh, we're actually super touch and go on how many laps are left in this race.
I wonder if that becomes a fuel consideration, especially if you splash and dashed at the end.
Here we go. They got very close before the second to last corner, spaced out a little bit through the final corner. Andrew Gilliland is going to lead Dakota Knapp like a conga line down the front straight. Once again, they're super close at turn one, but it's the run off of turn one that best places you to try to make a move here at Watkins Glen.
Knapp got it right and did it a little wider than Gilliland. Gilliland's going to have to hold the right side of the track if he wants to hold this corner. Because if he gives, his BMW is so strong up the hill, driving past him and going deep, and he gets the move done.
Gilliland overshoots it as well, so done perfectly by Heartland Autosports' Dakota Knapp, and Andrew Gilliland for Quantum Shocks Motorsports just couldn't hang with it. That's 3rd place inside of the final 5 minutes for Heartland Autosports. They've been up and down the field like a yo-yo. They were dead last at the end of lap 1. They fought back into a podium position. They picked up some damage that dropped them back to 6th or 7th. And it also put them off the pit strategy that they wanted, and they've fought back from there for a podium as well to now stand in a podium position.
And super duper clean from Knapp on this last stint. Got 4 minutes to go. Just got to hold it now.
So is it 2 or 3 more laps to go? Crossing the start-finish line now with 4 minutes, doing 1 minute 53 lap times. There must be 3 more to go, and there will be about 5 or 6, perhaps 10 seconds left on the clock when the race leader comes around and takes the white flag and then completes another full circuit of Watkins Glen International with the boot.
We've learned our lesson on calling these things early, right? So we'll keep an eye out for that white flag from the flag stand.
We did get a little embarrassed about it last time when the numbers looked like they would say one thing, but the final call is Barney at the start-finish line with the white and then the checkered flag.
Got to account for Barney. Gio Romano's coming up on some lap traffic. He's going to have to make his way around Aaron Reed in that slower expectations car. should be a safe move. Neither one's really racing with the other. But these late phase overtakes are always a little interesting. Joe gets all the draft, takes the line, gets a little bit of help from Reed.
Yep, no worries there at all. Romano second, trading some quick lap times back and forth with Hungry Geckos, who came a tenth of a second away from stealing back the fastest lap of the race that currently belongs to Giovanni Romano and Spinny Boys Gold. So they are running light on the fuel. The track is nicely rubbered in. There was a bit of cloud cover, and your first and second are demonstrating why they deserve those positions as they hammer around. Reed just a little deceived by the BMW on the way to the inner loop. Got his line a little off.
And Peeler's going up the hill, and no white flag showing, so that's 2 laps to go.
Yes, it is. That provides a little more opportunity for a few of the other battles to sort themselves out. There is still a chance that Alex Harrison catches Andrew Gilliland, though perhaps Gilliland lost a little bit of time on some of these previous laps as he ham-fisted the inner loop just a little bit.
Yeah, Gilliland quicker. Oh, no, 3/10 slower than Harrison last time by. Still 2 seconds, 3 seconds almost between them, though.
The cars most put into a potentially compromising fuel position by the pace of Hungry Geckos are Spinny Boys Yellow, whose last stop was 32 laps ago and will now probably need to still do 2 more.
Gotta wonder how Knapp and Heartland Autosports are doing too. Like they had to do the splash and go. Did they factor on the right amounts of laps? Did any of these guys that took splashes at the end? It's hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, I can more easily tell you for the cars that stopped 32 laps ago and clearly filled up versus Heartland Autosports running 15 laps and then splashing, and I don't know. It's not easy to tell whether they under or over fueled. There's no one to compare it to. This time looks like it'll be the white flag for Hungry Geckos. And it is with 10 seconds left on the clock. Time will expire basically by the time they're through turn 1, and they'll still have 3 and some miles of racetrack to go. The only car still on the lead lap with them is Spinny Boys Gold. So at this point, having taken the white flag, it's the only car that could usurp them. Heaven forbid they ran into problems, but that's 1 minute and 14 seconds behind.
Yeah, I think, well, we'll see how it goes, but they're cruising around. I think this is called a victory lap. Gilliland's in the draft on Knapp. Up the hill one more time. Gilliland, Knapp's getting a little bit of help from Bill Woods, though, ahead. But if you get checked up here by the lapper, you might not like it.
I think they're just a bit too far back here with Quantum Shocks Motorsports.
Yeah. Never say never. Bill's still there. They're going wide, trying to make some room.
And at one of the last opportunities, Giovanni Romano will improve the fastest lap of the race to a 1:53.5. There's 1 lap left for the Hungry Geckos to respond to that, because they're soon to take the checkered flag. 2 corners left for them. The car that qualified on pole has led almost all 5 uninterrupted hours of the ChampCar iRacing Watkins Glen 5 hours. Christian Peeler and Dennis Federation combined to take the victory at Watkins Glen.
Oh, and just a perfect race from those two.
And the last lap, a 1:53.55. Half a tenth short of taking the fastest lap of the race on the final lap. Some of these cars that are a lap down to them will be the next to take the checkered flag before second place does. So Heartland Autosport will come around to confirm their third place ahead of Quantum Shocks Motorsports and Spinny Boys Green. Heartland Autosport don't look too disappointed with that at all. And there goes Spinny Boys Green. Balthazar Motorworks and Spinny Boys Yellow also taking the checkered flag. There's just 2 cars left that haven't. Spinny Boys Gold slow at expectations, and I take it back. Spinny Boys...
Yeah, gold.
Yeah, yellow. Spinny Boys Yellow took the checkered flag. Yeah, just not gold yet.
Spinny Boys Gold coming around through the last 2 turns is Gio Romano. Impressive final stint there, driving it, I think, all the way from 7th up to 2nd place.
Keep an eye on the lap time here, though.
Yeah,
he's still hustling it. Big Beamer is still roaring around Watkins Glen, but it's 1/10 short, a 153.593 to see it out across that final stint. This was undeniably the quickest car, but endurance racing is a team sport. It's about your strategy. It's about the combination of all of your drivers. It's about staying out of trouble at the critical points. And that's what Hungry Geckos did. Sennhauser Racing Team will see this out. 10 pit stops for them compared to 4 for most other teams. But that is ChampCar spirit. The teams that just refuse to give up and are so driven to get that checkered flag at the end of the race. So here is our finishing order in the ChampCar iRacing Watkins Glen 5-hour. Hungry Geckos from Spinny Boys Gold, Heartland Autosport, Quantum Shocks Motorsports, Spinny Boys Green, Slow at Expectations, Spinny Boys Yellow, Balthazar Motorworks, Sennhauser Racing Team, and Not Turn-In.
That was a fun one, and a good one. You know, it's always good to see all the drivers make it through cleanly. You know, we had a little bit of spins here, a little bit of drama there, but nothing that really cost anyone any money, any bad results. And well, first of all, I think we got to bring in our third place finishers, Heartland Autosport, with a strong final stint from Dakota Knapp to bring them up to the podium.
Yeah, it was nuts. I don't know, man. I guess I just I got the shakes spun out of me on that first stint out lap, and then I was solid after that, I guess.
Looked like you had some pace in the bag there at the end, and you were able to make it work. You had a race with Harrison and Gilliland a little bit. Were you doubting that you could make it up there?
No, not really. Max was keeping me on top of all the data. Making sure I knew what was what the lap times were looking at, what the gap was, telling me, how much I was taking out every lap that goes through. And, simple math, I was just like, I just got to buckle down, apexes, exits, and I'll get there. No problem.
And Max, you had a big old stint in the middle there and off the start too. And it looked like you had a pretty good bit of pace of your own.
Yeah, it wasn't bad at the start, except that little bus stop incident, which kind of put us behind again. We had to work hard to get back ahead twice, and with that weird strategy as well in the middle, we had a minute and a half of damage. So yeah, we forgot to click the fast repairs as well during the pit stop, so it was awful. So we probably should have been P3 just a bit sooner, I guess.
Well, it all worked out in the end. Good stuff, guys. You folks planning to make a run at the championship?
No, I think we're too late in it, but there's another enduro I might be in.
Well, there's 2 more enduros, and there's one here. Drop week. So you folks with this third place finish are still in the contention.
Well, when you put it like that,
yeah, might as well.
You might see. You'll see Heartland Cookie Sport come back.
I'm looking forward to it. I vote for maple cookies next time, though.
Hell yeah!
Get those Leclercs on there.
I'm down with white chocolate. White chocolate chip.
We'll see. We'll see what turns up to the next one.
Okay, I'll kick David Haynes out of the booth and then you guys. Thanks for coming up.
Thank you.
And you finding any of those other entries?
Well, we'd like Spinny Boys Gold, wouldn't we? But none of them are around, unfortunately. The three drivers who drove in that one, Giovanni Romano, Jason Lee, and Evan Campbell, which means we have to go to our race winners. The hungriest of geckos, Dennis Federation and Christian Piela. Congratulations, guys. Just a super strong and clean performance at Watkins Glen.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you. That was a fun race. It was tough in the start, and then we just had to pray there was no safety car or anything wild to bring us back to the field. But no, that was a fun race.
Well, there were a few incidents through the field. Apparently, these GT4s are built just a little bit too strong. If there was a Giovanni Romano cloning program, you think you'd have a bit more sweat on the forehead right now?
The whole end of that race, I was just watching his lap times and trying to match him. It looked like he had maybe a 10th extra in there, but yeah, towards the end, he was absolutely flying. So we knew we had to keep pushing because if there was a safety car or anything, we wanted to have a little bit of an advantage. But yeah, it was he was very, very quick. So kudos to him. That was awesome driving, and it gave me a target for the last whole stint. I was just looking at his lap times and saying that I don't want him to be any quicker than I am. So that was my target.
The 30th of March doesn't feel like it was all that recently, but finishing second at Daytona by 0.2 of a second, is that still strong in the memory?
Oh yeah, the slowdown chicken that me and P1 played with. Oh, that was horrible. We both got slowdowns in the bus stop, and we were both like trying to serve them, but stay in first place, and it was just. I wish I did it differently, but oh yeah, that one's gonna stick in the memory for a while. But this one sort of makes up for it.
You guys have a second and a first. You're the best seeded team to this point in the Enduros. Means that what you didn't get at Daytona, you will get at Watkins Glen. It's $200 of ChampCar credit headed your way to get you closer to a race in the ChampCar Endurance Series.
That's excellent. We got 4 wheels on our race car again. So that is 1 wheel closer to being back out on track. So that'll help us bring it back out, hopefully towards the end of the season. Maybe AMP or possibly the 24 if we work fast. But yeah, looking forward to getting back out on track with a lot of you guys.
Good to hear that it'll go to some great use. The next Enduro is August 10th at VIR, just ahead of the ChampCar Endurance Series 24, and then the Road America Enduro Final. Like I say, with the first and a second, you guys are well placed that you could bag a little bit more ChampCar Endurance Series credit there as well. What do you then take away as your overriding feeling from this round at Watkins Glen in the win?
For me, I mean, both of us were really consistent. So I was keeping an eye on the track temperatures, but when the track temperatures were the same, it was consistency. And towards the end of the race, I was pushing really hard and using every inch of the road and a little bit of the grass every lap without having any fear of having a wreck. So that's ultimately what we want, is to be able to push 10 tenths at the end of a race that, you know, we don't have to push, but have the confidence to do that. So that's really what I wanted to get out of this race, is to just have the confidence in the driving, the confidence in both drivers and the ability of us to really push 100% from start to finish and not have to do a bunch of safe laps just to bag a win.
If Hungry Geckos had a tagline, what would it be?
Dennis, that's all you. You can come up with our tagline.
I have no idea.
I have no clue. All I know is our very hungry gecko likes to eat roaches, so that is it.
Awesome. Well, congratulations to you guys once again. Anyone you'd like to thank on HGBC and ChampCar Live?
Yeah, we got to thank Pat Voigt. A lot of you Champ guys know him. He's our lead mechanic, and a lot of guys know him from the grid. So we're real excited that he is going to be our team's main mechanic moving forward. And he's at Formula Drift right now instead of being here to race with us. But shout out to Pat for helping us prep this car to get back out on the actual track.
Yeah, we wanted him to do a stint in our race too. He's fast too, but I guess we're not cool enough.
Nope. The drift cars are too cool for us.
Well, congrats, guys. Thanks so much for coming by. A win, some ChampCar credit, and some more opportunity opening up in the remaining rounds for you guys.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Well, Devin, our race winners there, Christian Peeler and Dennis Federation, they don't sound too tired, and they do sound quite joyous.
Yeah, and they've thrown down the gauntlet. Second place, a first place, and they gotta think that they're the favorites going into the final round of the championship. But there's still one more race to go, so we'll see if anyone can challenge that record at Virginia International Raceway on August 10th, and then we'll get them all together for the big endurance final in the GT4 cars again at Road America on October 13th. I'm looking forward to it.
Yep, there is so much good iRacing coming up for the remainder of the year. If you're a sim racer looking for a league that could put you a step closer to racing real wheel-to-wheel endurance racing at bucket list circuits in North America, the ChampCar iRacing Series is for you. If you're a ChampCar member looking for a way to stay sharp, practice some tracks that are maybe too big of a tow away, maybe race against some people you don't normally get to race against, then the ChampCar iRacing Series is for you. Do join us. There is never a bad time to join us. There are still lots of great ways to win prizes with the remaining Enduros and with the remaining Wednesday night 1 hour races in the ChampCar iRacing Series. Forum.champcar.org. All the information right up the top, the iRacing section, the detail, the schedules, it's all pinned. You can join us, come chat, and find out about the other racing still yet to happen, like June 5th, Canadian Tire Motorsport Park in the Miata will be our next race on the Wednesday night in the ChampCar iRacing Series, and VIR August 10th for another team enduro in this same format as we've just witnessed. I've been David Haynes with Devin Peters, Michael Derby in the production, joined at various times throughout the coverage by Bill Salen, Andy Cosick, and others, and of course a big thank you to the ChampCar board and that who provide the prizes and who make it possible for us to broadcast on ChampCar Live as well. Big thanks to everyone who helps us put it together. Big thanks to the teams who compete in such great spirit and put on such a great show. Always a joy, and we look forward to seeing you for more. Bye-bye.